Chapter 146. What is the Bankseanzai? This is the study. Father said that this study will only be used by you in the future. We'll talk about it after you get married. I've already asked Seventh Yi, the shopkeeper, to go to the Old Hing restaurant and order a plaque. The name will be Bankseanzai. Fan Xian felt that something was wrong. Then what is the Bankseanzai poetry anthology? The poem you recited in the hall that day has already been compiled into a collection by the imperial scholar. His Majesty was prepared to have it printed in the name of the Imperial Library. It was I who begged my father to go and ask for this errand. After the Shishan paper shop was robbed, the royal merchants were stripped of their duties and investigated. It took a long time for them to recover. In addition, the palace treasury received a warning from the palace and did not dare to target Donbo Bookstore again. Donbo Bookstore had finally recovered, so it was only natural for them to prepare for a grand project. Seventh Yi, the head shopkeeper, and Sijia, the little shopkeeper, had their eyes on this poetry anthology that had been produced by the emperor at first glance. The money from the palace was only part of the reason. Furthermore, the palace had allowed it to be privately sold after it had been printed. This was a large sum of money. Who wrote this poem? Fan Xian. Who was Fan Xian? Fan Xian was the owner behind the scenes of Donbo Bookstore. Regardless of whether it was the 70 shopkeeper of Qingyu Hall or Fan Sijia, who stood behind the shopkeeper with a sinister smile, none of them would allow the court to benefit from this profitable business. Fan Sijia had always hated his brother for refusing to hand over the last 10 chapters of Story of the Stone. Now that he had the poetry anthology, how could he let it go? Fan Xian wrote the words Bankseanzai Poetry Collection on the paper, and then wrote his own name, laughing bitterly in his heart. That night, in order to cover his tracks, he pretended to be drunk in the hall. As a result, he lost control of his temper and couldn't stop himself. In these poems, there were countless allusions that couldn't be explained clearly. If he wanted to explain these allusions clearly, he would need to write countless history books. You have to prepare the 4 great masterpieces, right? Did you get the book from World Talks Newspeak? Analects of Confucius. The Book of Songs. Don't complain that it's too little. An elevated version of Ziji Tongjin. A transmigration version of Sima's historical records. No one would have any objections even if he wrote everything down. Thinking of this amount of work, Fan Xian shuddered in fear. If it really continued to expand like this, Donbo Bookstore would probably become a disseminator of the advanced culture of his previous life, fulfilling the great ambition he had made in Danzhou. He said, if the Imperial Library's revision doesn't work, you have to take it back. I'll revise it myself. I drank too much that day, who knows what nonsense I spouted. He made up his mind. If he could fool them, then he would. If he really couldn't, then he could only endure the pain and use being drunk as an excuse to delete everything. After all, people who drank too much were prone to amnesia the next day. This is out of print. Fan Sijia shook his head. I think in another 5 years, when you say that you don't want to write poems anymore, you can make a comeback in the poetry world. I think you'll earn a lot of money. Fan Xian smiled and shook his head. His gaze suddenly fell on a piece of pink paper in the corner of the study. He asked curiously, what is that? Fan Sijia said, a gift list. Fan Xian was slightly startled. Only now did he remember that the day of his wedding was approaching. But with so many things that had happened recently, there was no need to hide it. His mood was slightly different from what it had been at the Temple of Qing. In the end, he and her mother could not coexist. Right now, the emperor could still control everything. When the time came, the eldest princess would certainly kill him. In other words, he would certainly kill the eldest princess. The wedding that he had been looking forward to for so long was gradually approaching, but Fan Xian felt a little uneasy and sad. A few days later, Donbo Bookstore's Banxian's High Poetry Anthology was finally published. This time, Donbo Bookstore had the right to print it, and Fan Xian personally made bold and decisive cuts. He thought he could relax a little, but unexpectedly, the bookstore held a ceremony. Using Fan Xian's name, they invited Crown Prince Jing, Vice Minister of the Office of the Grand Herald, Xian Chiwu, and the others. Fan Xian was shocked. Only his talented sister, Fan Ruoruo, was willing to show her face in public as a spokesperson, and they began to sell it in a lively manner. But he himself used the excuse that he wanted to maintain the mystery of a generation's immortal poet to hide in the royal courtyard and fall in love with Lin Wan. An 8th-level functionary spat out 100 poems on the spot, shocking the great Zhuang Mohan and causing him to vomit blood and flee. This story had long since spread throughout the kingdom of Qing. Although some of the poems had already spread to the common people, this poetry anthology was said to have been personally edited by the author, which was naturally very unusual. As expected, once the poetry anthology was published, paper was expensive in the capital, and Fan Xian's reputation immediately soared to another level. Last night, there was an autumn wind in the house. Fan Xian looked gently at his fiancée and smiled. The method you suggested won't work. Lin Wan frowned and cutely pouted. I haven't gone out for a few days. In fact, this young girl also knew about the recent events in the capital. Although she had grown up in the palace, the concubines all treated her as if she were in the palm of their hands. On one hand, she was weak and gentle, and could not cause harm to those concubines. On the other hand, it was because His Majesty seemed to particularly love her. As for the eldest princess's words, she naturally did not see them, but she gradually heard some rumors. Later, before the eldest princess left the capital for Xinyang, she had once come to the courtyard. Mother and daughter were actually strangers, and after sitting across from each other for a while, the eldest princess got into her carriage and left the capital. Although Lin Wan did not know what connection Fan Xian had with her mother's departure, she was sensitive enough to feel that Fan Xian's mood was not as relaxed and happy as it had been in the past. So she suggested that they find another day to go out and enjoy the autumn scenery. The red leaves of the West Mountains of the capital were very famous. But hearing the two words, West Mountains, Fan Xian thought of the paper mill that monopolized the capital's use of paper, and thought of the eldest princess behind the mill, who seemed to be looking at him gloomily and timidly. Fan Xian knew that the eldest princess's departure from the capital, the most fundamental power was still the emperor. His words only gave the emperor a reason to convince himself and the empress dowager. To explain here, the current Qing kingdom's court and commoners all called the flyers that fluttered like snowflakes that day words. This was because it was believed that when the people had no way to appeal, they would put forth their opinions. During this period of time, the capital had actually repeated this kind of words action a number of times, which made the Overwatch Council nervous for a while. Only after they had caught one of them did they find out that it was actually the hard laborers of the Taiyuan Road copper mine who had come to the capital to complain to the emperor. But they could not enter the attendance hall, so they had learned this method. The Overwatch Council went to the root of this, and in the end discovered that it was actually the West Mountain Paper Mill that provided these poor laborers with paper. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not dig out the person who had helped these laborers write their grievances. They only knew that the incomparably smooth handwriting came from the hands of a fortune-teller next to the Temple of Qing. But when the Overwatch Council went to the Temple of Qing to search, they found that there was no fortune-teller there at all, except for the high priest who seemed to have never left the temple in his life. The matter of the copper mine was naturally handled by the First Bureau. Very quickly, the officials of Taiyuan Road were arrested and brought back to the capital, where they would be executed in a month. But the court could no longer tolerate this kind of action, and strengthened the control of paper. But Director Chin of the Overwatch Council did not punish the hard laborers of Copper Mountain. In the eyes of the officials, Director Chin seemed to have become much more soft-hearted. He came to his senses and looked at the slightly worried Warner. He smiled and walked up to her, gently stroking her smooth chin. He warmly said, "What are you thinking about? The eldest princess has returned to Xinyang. If we have a chance after we get married, we will naturally have to visit." This was, of course, a lie. Fan Xian hoped that he would never go to Xinyang, and hoped that the eldest princess would grow old and die in Xinyang. Of course, he also knew that before he could truly shake the power of the eldest princess and her mysterious companion, the emperor liked to play tricks to lure the snake out of its hole. The eldest princess would one day return. Lin Warner forced a smile and said, "See. I entered the palace yesterday. You know what has happened in the capital recently. The ladies are fine, but the Empress Dowager seems to be a little unwell. The Emperor is not as friendly to me as he used to be." Fan Xian sighed in his heart, thinking that the Emperor was having a headache over who the prince was in cahoots with her mother. How could he be the same as before? The two of them chatted for a bit. Suddenly, they heard what seemed to be the sound of a nanny coming up the stairs. Fan Xian reflexively leaped up and climbed onto the windowsill, preparing to jump out. Lin Warner giggled and said, "Are you really used to it?" Fan Xian laughed with some embarrassment. Looking at Warner's slightly pale face, his heart was filled with tenderness. He went forward and pulled her into his arms. In a low voice, he said, "Don't tire yourself out before the wedding. As for the illness and other things, don't be afraid. You have me. You have me in the future." The green tree branches outside the window stubbornly maintained their vibrant color in the autumn wind, trying to prove that no matter how bleak the outside environment was, it still had a yearning for beauty. At the corner of the stairs, the servant girl Siki saw the young master and the young lady in each other's arms. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue playfully. She thought to herself that the young master of the Fan family was a gifted scholar, but he was still so shameless. With the wedding at hand, the entire Fan manor began to move. The eldest princess was not in the capital, so the arrangements were made by imperial concubine Shu in secret. The entire Fan manor, besides feeling proud, became even more cautious. They were afraid that they would not be careful enough and would not conform to the rules. But the rules themselves were a very difficult thing to do. Lin Warner's status as a princess only worked in the palace. In the outside world, she was still the illegitimate daughter of Prime Minister Lin, who had only been forced by the emperor at the beginning of the year to recognize her. So whether the wedding would be carried out in the style of a princess or a normal marriage between the children of ministers could not be confirmed. Lady Lu entered the palace again and finally received clear instructions from the Empress Dowager. Although the Empress Dowager did not like the Lin family participating in the marriage of her precious granddaughter, she still had to bow her head to the rules of the world. She acquiesced to the participation of the Lin family, and at the same time announced that the wedding would not be carried out in the style of a princess. Although the high-ranking aunts of the Fan family, who knew the inside story, were a little disappointed, they thought of the marriage with the Prime Minister's family, which was also something to be proud of. So they eagerly began to make preparations. But no one had expected that the splendor of Fan Xian and Lin Warner's wedding would be more memorable than the wedding of the princess and the son-in-law for years to come. Chapter 147. Autumn in the capital was different from other places. The red leaves of the western mountains were held by young girls in the market and sold like flowers. The white wheats of Yongyao market in the south were also tied into bundles and sent to the homes of the rich to ward off evil. The cool autumn wind blew through the streets and alleys of the capital, drifting over the tops of the trees and brushing the smooth cheeks of the ladies on the street. It blew away the steam rising from the restaurants, as if it wanted to blow away the dry air and gloom of the year. Tianhe Avenue was the quietest, cleanest, and most beautiful street in the capital. Both sides were lined with government offices. Today was the first day of the capital, the first of the 10 days off. It was a rare day for officials to relax, but they could not completely relax. Today was the wedding day of Fan Manor's eldest son, Fan Xian. Whether or not they were officials of the Ministry of Revenue, they had to go. This wedding was a sensation in the capital. The husband's family was a large one in the capital. Count Sinan, Fan Jian, had been favored by the emperor in recent years because of his relationship with the royal family. The Minister of Revenue had long been on sick leave at home, and in a year or two, Fan Jian would take over his position. The bridegroom, Fan Xian, was a figure who had recently risen to fame in the capital. Not to mention his heroic actions on Niulan Street half a year ago, just the poem he had spilled in the palace last month had pushed him to the peak of popularity. Since then, Fan Xian had been hiding at home, so people could not help but be curious about what this newly appointed 5th-level imperial scholar looked like. Of course, the bride was also very outstanding. Although the bride had only returned to the Lin family at the beginning of the year, she was still the daughter of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister ruled over the world and was the head of the civil officials in the court. The marriage of his daughter was a major event. Although the Prime Minister's position in the court was not as stable as it used to be, this kind of marriage did not have any political danger, so the officials were very willing to participate. The fact that the bride and groom were illegitimate children seemed to have been collectively forgotten by the people of the capital. As for those high-ranking officials who knew the bride's true identity, they had long secretly raised the standard of their gifts by a few levels. They had long been sitting in Fan Manor. They were only curious in their hearts. What kind of stance would the palace express today? Fan Xian was like a puppet being dressed up by the 5 old women. He swore to himself that if he had to endure this kind of torture in the future, he would run away from marriage, or become a courageous anti-marriage activist. He would rather have the ease of an affair than the complications of a wedding. Wedding ceremonies in the Qing kingdom were usually held in the evening, but today, Fan Xian had been dragged out of bed before the sun had even risen. Bathing and brushing his teeth was not a big deal. After all, he had something he had made in Danzhou. But immediately after, an old woman nagged and began to use warm water to melt rouge. This scared Fan Xian badly. He quickly asked her what she was going to do. It was not until now that he realized that a groom needed to put on makeup. It was clear that this matter had exceeded the limits of Fan Xian's tolerance, so he shook his head and refused to allow it. Even Fan Jian personally came over to try and persuade him, but he was unable to convince him. The two sides were deadlocked for over an hour before Fan Xian finally won. But because of this, time seemed to be much tighter, so 5 old women rushed in to help him dress. Fan Xian had long been used to the clothing of this world, but today he still could not stand it. Inside the bright red robe, there were 3 layers of different names. On top of the robe, there were jade pendants, colorful ribbons, and flower tassels. The colors were bright and dazzling. Just putting on the robe took a lot of time, and Fan Xian was so stiff that he could not move. The only thing he could move was the memory of his miserable childhood when he and Uncle Wu Zhu used to fight with wooden sticks. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at Lady Lu, who was busy in the room and sweating slightly. He could not help but smile bitterly. He thought to himself, is she really busy, or is she using this opportunity to get revenge? Fan Xian put on the crown and the jade pendant. The silver shoe buckles hurt his feet, and the gold collar pinched his neck. Like an idiot, Fan Xian was pushed to the front hall by the old women. Fan Ruoruo and Fan Xijia were also dressed very cheerfully today, especially Ruoruo. Her usually cold face was set off by the pink clothes, and she looked particularly spirited. The sister and brother looked at their brother's pitiful appearance and covered their lips to hide their laughter. Fan Xijia teased, "Where did this flour dumpling come from?" Fan Xian was angry and took 2 steps forward. He did not think that he would be wearing so many ornaments that they would ring out. He laughed at himself and said, "What flower dumpling? It's clearly a moving, colorful wind chime." The most painful thing in the world was that a colorful wind chime had to be paraded through the streets. Fortunately, he did not have to ride a horse, but a sedan chair. Otherwise, Fan Xian would have covered his face in shame and rushed back to Danzhou. With great difficulty, the wedding procession arrived at Lin Manor. Lin Wanner had already moved back to the Lin family 10 days earlier. They could not go to the palace to receive the bride in front of the entire capital. A series of firecrackers rang out. Fan Xian sat in the sedan chair, a little absent-minded. Smelling the faint, slightly burnt smell, he did not know why, but he remembered something from long ago. He shook his head and pulled his thoughts back. He forced a smile on his already stiff face and got out of the sedan chair. According to the rules, Fan Xian could not enter the house, and the Prime Minister could not go to Fan Manor today. Amidst the sound of firecrackers and flute music, the gate of Lin Manor gradually opened. The person who came out was Yuan Hongdao, the leading figure of Lin Manor. Today, this strategist had pinned a red flower on his hat, which made him look rather romantic. "Master Fan." Yuan Hongdao greeted him with a face full of smiles. Fan Xian laughed bitterly in his heart. He silently cursed Yuan Hongdao for having the air of a second Yang, but he forced himself to look spirited. "Mr. Yuan." The two of them had met a few times in the Prime Minister's manor, and knew each other's identities. They were not strangers. Half of the experts in the capital who specialized in receiving the bride had been snatched up by Fan Manor, so as soon as Lin Manor opened its doors, the old women opened their mouths to say auspicious things. Yuan Hongdao was stunned by their words, and in a short while, the crowd rushed to the gate. Then they encountered a truly powerful resistance. As mentioned earlier, half of the experts in the capital had been snatched up by Fan Manor. Where was the other half? Of course, they had been snatched up by Lin Manor. So the two sides were spitting spittle. On the surface, they appeared to be celebrating, but in secret, they were swords without eyes. They boasted about themselves and belittled the other side. It sounded more like two extremely vulgar local tycoons getting married, rather than the Prime Minister's daughter marrying Count Sinan's son. Fan Xian laughed bitterly. He understood that this was a custom of the kingdom of Qing. Before receiving the bride and groom would quarrel in front of the manor. It was said that after this ceremony, all future quarrels between the newlyweds would be over. Because it was a custom, it was rare for such matters to damage the harmony. But whichever side won the quarrel was the highlight of the show. Either the east wind prevailed over the west wind, or the west wind prevailed over the east wind. After all, even though the bride had to follow her husband, the bride's family still had to show their strength in advance to ensure the bride's status in the complicated life of the harem. In short, between the two families, the first thing to do was to rely on the women who spoke. Fan Xian stood there in a daze. He didn't know how long they had quarreled, but he finally realized that the noise had died down. Overjoyed, he opened his eyes and shouted, "Is it done?" After an awkward silence, someone said softly, "Master Fan, it's still early." The servant of the Lin Manor found a topic of conversation. He laughed and said, "It seems that the guest is in a hurry." "That's true, our young lady." He praised his young lady again. After some time, Yuan Hongdao noticed that Fan Xian's face was a little pale. He squeezed over and whispered, "Master Fan, please bear with it. The capital is not like Danzhou. There are more rules here." Fan Xian forced a smile and said, "I'm not in a hurry." He told himself in his heart, "I've endured for more than 30 years. Of course I'm not in a hurry." After a while, this vulgar ceremony finally ended. After a round of ceremonial music, the gate of the Lin Manor slowly opened for the second time. Two matrons led the way, and the bride, Miss Lin, finally walked out. Fan Xian's eyes brightened. Today, Wana was dressed in bright red. Her sleeves were wide, and there was boundless joy in her beauty. However, the red scarf on her head covered the beaded crown on her head and the face that he could not forget. The people of Jingdo, who had been separated on the outside to watch the excitement, beat Fan Xian to it. Their eyes lit up and they cried out. Some young people even yelled for the bride to lift the red cloth on her head to let everyone see if the bride was pretty or not. If these young people had said such things under normal circumstances, not only would the Lin family have beaten them into a pulp, but the members of the Qinian unit, who had been scattered among the crowd and secretly watching everything, would certainly lock these little bastards who had insulted their future mistress in the Overwatch Council until they died of old age. But today was a joyous day, and the emperor had to celebrate with the world when he married his wife. The Lin and Fan manors were no exception, and it was not good to ruin the atmosphere. However, Fan Xian was not in a good mood. He glanced at those people lightly, and his subordinates understood. Immediately, a few almost inaudible cries rang out from the crowd. Presumably, the most excited young people had been kicked in the foot. After another set of routine procedures, Lin Wanner, dressed in bright red, lightly moved her feet and climbed into the bridal sedan in front of her. During the whole process, Fan Xian was not able to say a word to her. He did not look her in the eye, or touch her fingertips. By the time he returned to the Fan Manor, the guests had already arrived. The ceremonial music was playing, and it was very lively. The bride was first led into the inner room to sit, and the groom stood in front of the main hall to welcome the guests. Fan Xian's face was full of smiles as he talked to people he didn't know. In a low voice, he asked the person next to him, "When will the ceremony be held?" "It's still early, young master. After the same prison, the same table, and the same equipment, there is also the same." Fan Xian did not hear the rest of the words. He just suppressed the urge to curse and told himself not to rush. He had said it before, he had already waited for more than 30 years. What was there to rush? Chapter 148. Fan Xian didn't remember what he had eaten for lunch. He only remembered that he had drunk a lot of wine, and had been persuaded by officials with good intentions or greed to write 2 poems to describe the occasion. But no matter how much Fan Xian drank, he remembered his declaration to retire from the world of poetry. He smiled and declined each one. In the middle of the banquet, the people from King Jing's manor finally arrived. All the officials rose to greet them. Looking at the garden-like prince, Fan Xian smiled bitterly and wondered why he hadn't recognized him the first time he saw him. King Jing had always liked Fan Xian. Seeing him dressed so flashily today, he said in a muffled voice, "He doesn't know how to dress up." Fan Xian knew his personality. He smiled and said, "I wonder what His Highness was like during his wedding." Crown Prince Li Hongzhi lowered his voice. "Probably not as good as you." King Jing flew into a rage. "You weren't even born when I got married. What the hell do you know?" The officials watching the prince and the crown prince quarrel didn't dare say anything. They all hid to one side and snickered. Count Sinan, Fan Jian, was the host. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Your Highness, your words are unnecessary." Although he was a count, the two families had been friends for over 10 years, so he spoke casually to King Jing. King Jing waved his hand, no longer paying attention to the little ones. He followed Fan Jian into the inner hall. Halfway there, he stopped and turned to face Fan Xian. "You're not bad." Fan Xian was startled. He quickly bowed and thanked him. Imperial Prince Jing frowned again and said, I was originally thinking that after 2 years, I would give Rygia to you. I didn't expect that my older sister would steal my son-in-law away from me." He seemed to really regret it as he shook his head and walked inside. Who was King Jing's sister? Naturally, it was Fan Xian's mother-in-law, the eldest princess. Fortunately, he had spoken in a low voice, so no one heard. But when Fan Xian heard that the prince was going to give Princess Rygia to him, he couldn't help but feel afraid. If he had to marry Rygia, it would be a terrible thing. Then he thought of his mother-in-law. She looked much younger than the prince, and he couldn't help but wonder. As his mind wandered, Li Hongqing patted him on the shoulder and said quietly, "Given our friendship, I should have come earlier. But you also know that it is not convenient for me to come too early on an occasion like this." Fan Xian understood that although Li Hongqing had a good relationship with him, he was still Crown Prince Jing. There was no reason for him to rush to help the son of an official. That would be against the rules. He smiled and was about to say something when he heard Li Hongqing say quietly, "Rygia did not come today. She asked me to tell you." Fan Xian raised his eyebrows. Rygia had always been on good terms with Ruoruo and had a good relationship with him. Why hadn't she come to his wedding? Seeing his expression, Li Hongqing smiled bitterly and said, "My sister is wiping away her tears in the manner. What father said earlier was true. If it weren't for the fact that your fiancé also has a great background, father might actually ask the Empress Dowager to come forward and have you marry Rygia instead." Fan Xian was startled at first. Shortly after, he felt bitter in his heart. He realized that he really didn't know what to say today. It was better to keep his mouth shut. Finally, it was time to bow to heaven and earth. Fan Xian and Lin Wanner held the ends of the red silk and looked at each other lovingly through the red cloth. They slowly and softly bowed down. The sourness of the gesture moved Ruoruo to tears, and Fan Xija, who was next to her, was so mushy that he wanted to go crazy. As they bowed to their parents, Count Sinan, Fan Jian, gently stroked his beard while Lady Lu, somewhat bashfully, sat on the matriarch's seat. The officials and nobles watching the ceremony were puzzled. When had Lady Lu been promoted? They didn't know that this was the result of a month of secret planning by Fan Xian. Fan Xian was not a person who repaid evil with good, but he was also not a person who held grudges. Although he could not remove his vigilance toward Lady Lu, he could see that she was truly devoted to her father. If he promoted Lady Lu to the official position, he could appease Lady Lu's influence, and at the same time make him feel more at ease. Of course, if Lady Lu did anything unfavorable to him, Fan Xian now had enough power to protect himself and harm his enemies. He just didn't want to do it. After all, according to his own conjecture, Lady Lu was a person with a hard life, and now there was Fan Xija between the two of them. Count Sinan, Fan Jian, had never nodded. But last night, the palace finally sent word that the Empress Dowager had spoken, and he had no choice but to acquiesce. After enduring for 10 years, Lady Lu finally sat on the matriarch's seat. She touched the smooth armrest of the chair uncomfortably, and uneasily accepted the tea the bride handed her. She took a sip, not knowing the taste, and looked at Fan Xian with an uneasy gaze. Fan Xian's eyes did not look at her. He only smiled and offered his father tea. With great difficulty, Lady Lu's lips curled into a smile. Because the officials present did not know the inside story, they could not help but look confused. And in the side hall, the officials of Lady Lu's paternal family watched this scene and could not help but sigh. At that moment, there was a commotion outside the manor. Fan Xian stood up, and the matchmaker helped Wanner up. The whole family looked outside. An edict has arrived. Lady Fan, receive the edict. Eunuch Ho, who was familiar with the Fan family, pushed open the door with a smile and announced the edict from the palace. Today was a joyous day, and both Fan Jian and Fan Xian had guessed that the palace would have made arrangements, so they were not surprised. But the officials of the 6 ministries in the courtyard were surprised. Eunuch Ho's edict did not conform to the rules of the palace. The amount of gold and silk far exceeded the norm, and some items of tribute were also on the list. No matter how they looked at it, it did not seem like a reward for a minister's son's marriage. It seemed more like a marriage between a princess or a prince. Even if it was a marriage between the prime minister and Count Sinan, the royal family should not have paid so much attention. As Fan Xian listened to the edict, he whispered to his wife, who was under the red veil. "Do you understand? I am basking in your glory, husband." Lin Wanner was bashful under the red veil. After Eunuch Ho left, the officials let out a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, they heard a shout from outside. "The marriage between Fan and Lin is a match made in heaven. Imperial concubine Shu rewards them." Fan Xian was startled. He and Wanner bowed again. Imperial concubine Shu rewarded them with the original set of rare books. Imperial concubine Shu was the mother of the second prince. Unexpectedly, she was also acquainted with the Fan manor. The officials could not help but click their tongues in wonder. Unexpectedly, after a while, they heard another shout from outside. "The marriage between Fan and Lin is a match made in heaven. Ning the Talented congratulates you." The officials were shocked again. Although this talented woman did not have a high status, her only son was the great prince. He had always led troops outside, and was highly regarded by the emperor. Ning the Talented's gift was a sword, which suited her temperament of Dongyi origin. Fan Xian and Wanner had no choice but to bow again. Taking the sword with a bitter smile, Fan Xian whispered to his wife, "Do you see? Now it's the concubine's turn to reward you. Ning the Talented, this sword is for you. If anything goes wrong, you can use it to cut me down." Lin Wanner was bashful again. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she could not take a bite out of this wretched Lang Jun. Since Imperial concubine Shu and Ning the Talented had sent gifts, the other concubines naturally sent gifts as well. It was just that the ones who were not well known sent gifts together. Only Imperial concubine Ning was a member of the Lu family, so she was particularly different. Furthermore, she had received the news last night that Lady Lu had finally been promoted. In her joy, she had acted ruthlessly. Just the gift list alone was 2 feet thick, and it shocked the officials in the council. After the concubines, it was the Empress' gift. As the mother of the country, the Empress' gift was not ordinary. It was a sparkling and translucent jade scepter. It was very precious and indescribable. Today, the officials had finally opened their eyes. Since the founding of the Kingdom of Qing, there had not been a child of an official whose marriage had alarmed so many nobles in the palace. Of course, the officials who knew Lin Wanner's true identity knew the inside story. Not only was Lin Wanner the illegitimate daughter of the eldest princess, but she had always been favored by the emperor and the empress dowager. Growing up in the palace, she had a special relationship with these nobles. Gradually, the tables in the courtyard quieted down. The officials of the 6 ministries finally understood what was going on. At this moment, their expressions became much more restrained and dignified. The way they looked at the bride became somewhat strange. Finally, the most important bombshell was dropped. The emperor's handwritten letter was carried into Fan Manor by the eunuchs like a treasure. A large number of people in the courtyard knelt down. By the decree of the heavens, the emperor has decreed that the marriage between Fan and Lin will be completed at an auspicious time. Write this as a blessing. Fan Jian and Fan Xian carefully took it and unfolded it for everyone to see. On the pure white paper, there were 4 large words, 100 years of bliss. It was a very simple meaning, but the emperor, who did not like to get involved in the family affairs of his officials, had written it himself. The hidden meaning was not simple. Everyone in the courtyard guessed that Fan Xian had married Lin Wanner. He was as lucky as picking up a big ingot. In a room deep in the palace, the emperor of the kingdom of Qing was smiling as he looked at a painting. The painting was of a yellow-robed woman. The emperor had married Wanner, whom he admired the most, to Fan Xian. He thought that the woman in the painting would also like this daughter-in-law. For Fan Lin's marriage to be so grand, everyone thought that it was because the emperor loved Wanner. Even the concubines in the palace did not think of anything else. But the emperor knew that he only wanted to make up for the regret of Fan Xian not being able to marry as a prince. The emperor looked at the woman in the painting, and a smile rose to the corners of his lips. You used to like this kind of excitement. I hope he likes it too. Chapter 149. Only a young girl who had read too many romance novels would like this kind of wedding scene. In any case, Fan Xian did not like it very much. His state of mind was calm enough not to be moved by these rewards from the palace. Furthermore, in his heart, as well as the hearts of the guests watching the ceremony, they all thought that these rewards were for Princess Qin Lin Wanner. Fan Xian felt that every time the palace came to reward him, he had to kneel and salute. His waist and knees could not take it anymore, and he began to miss Wu Zhu's staff. Amidst a burst of celebratory music, the marriage between the Fan and Lin families finally came to an end. The newlyweds were escorted into the bridal chamber, and the guests began to leave. It was a strange day. Aside from King Jing, none of the officials drank too much. Count Sinan looked at the young couple being helped into the bridal chamber, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. What he had been most worried about today had not happened. It seemed that the crown prince and the second prince also knew that attending their son's wedding ceremony without regard for their status would arouse the vigilance of the palace and conflict with Fan Xian. But the crown prince and the second prince still had people send over heavy gifts. At nightfall, the newlyweds finally arrived at the newly built garden with the help of the servant girls, and returned to their own residence. The place was also brightly lit with red candles, and everywhere was plastered with the character, Happy. It was a very festive red. Here, Fan Xian finally relaxed. Some of these servant girls had been bought by him, some had been gifted by King Jing, and a few had come from the palace with Wanner. Basically, they were still somewhat afraid of a young master like him. He entered the room, stretched, and smiled as he called for everyone to leave. The servant girls in the manor all kowtowed to the newlyweds outside the door. Wanner's personal servant girl, Siki, hurriedly took out some money to distribute. Siki, you must be tired. Go to sleep. Fan Xian smiled as he spoke, his brows furrowed into a Y shape. Siki looked at her mistress with some embarrassment, thinking that she had not drunk the joyous wine yet. At that moment, she saw Lin Wanner's hand, which was on her lap under the red veil, wave imperceptibly, as if to chase someone out. The servant girl covered her mouth and laughed, then hurried out of the bridal chamber and closed the wooden door. Only Fan Xian and Wanner were left in the room. Come out, if you don't want me to hit you, Fan Xian said coldly, to Lin Wanner's surprise. As expected, Fan Xizha wriggled his fat body out from under the bed with great difficulty, then rushed out with his head down. Fan Xian frowned. Don't you think the toilet behind the bed will suffocate him to death? Lin Wanner giggled under the red veil. This toilet hasn't been used. Fan Xian thought that was true. The toilet was painted with gold, and the inside was covered with vanilla. Seeing that there was no one around, and that the red candles were still and flowing like jade, he rolled his eyes and chuckled. He walked forward and held Lin Wanner's slightly cold hands that were exposed behind her wide sleeves. He suddenly thought of Uncle Wu Zhu. If that great grandmaster liked to stand in the corner as usual, Then when the two of them were enjoying themselves in bed and saw the ghost in the corner, Fan Xian would not be so scared that he would get sick in that area. He quickly coughed twice and said softly, "Is Uncle here?" Uncle was not here. Being held by him, Lin Wanner thought of what was about to happen. She had long been embarrassed. Suddenly hearing him call her uncle, she couldn't help but be confused. Nothing. Fan Xian smiled. In the future, when things are settled, I'll let you see him. Oh. Lin Wanner was confused. She didn't know who he was talking about. Wife. Fan Xian did not follow the rules and used the ruler to lift up the red veil on Wanner's head. Instead, he gently used 2 fingers to pick up one side of the red cloth and slowly lifted it up. He saw the red cloth gradually move up, revealing a girl's slightly lowered and bashful jade-white chin. Above it were 2 soft lips, the tip of her nose slightly raised, and her eyes tightly shut because of nervousness. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. The red candles gradually dimmed. Fan Xian nervously sat on the side of the bed. The thumb of his right hand gently stroked his wife's smooth cheek under her ear. Cough, cough. 2 very untimely coughs came from outside the room. Then came the sound of Fan Xian's personal guards unsheathing their swords, grunting as they fell to the ground, and finally, the surprised cry of Wang Qinian, who was on duty tonight. Fan Xian's brows furrowed. He had already burst through the door. The bright red wedding robe on his body floated out like a red cloud. In the dark night, it was particularly alluring. The red cloud floated, and he couldn't see clearly who it was. With a shake of his wrist and a shift of his feet, he had already avoided the palm that the other person had sent to his shoulder. Spontaneously, he took out a thin needle and pierced it into the other person's shoulder. The poison on the needle was very strong. Presumably, the other person would not be able to move. At this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he saw that 3 or 4 of the guards in front of the stone steps had already fallen unconscious. Wang Qinian, however, was looking behind him with a face full of fear. Fan Xian was shocked. Who in this world could be poisoned by his own poison and still be able to move? Feeling the sound of breaking wind coming from behind him, he gave a muffled grunt. Turning his palm into a knife, he swung it out. Just as the knife was about to hit the person's face, Fan Xian let out a pained groan. Hugging his stomach, he squatted down. One reason was that the person couldn't hit him, and the other reason was that he had been poisoned. The person's hair was somewhat messy, and his face was full of hardships. He was very old, but his true appearance could not be seen. A pair of cold and gloomy eyes were dyed a light brown color. He looked very frightening. "Teacher!" Fan Xian cried out in surprise. His stomach felt a sharp pain. Not daring to be careless, he quickly took out an antidote pill from his belt and chewed it. He didn't know if it was right. Then he hurried forward to greet him, hug him, and silently criticize him. He was touched that Fei Jia, whom he hadn't seen for 10 years, had suddenly arrived today. "Your appearance hasn't changed much." Fei Jia sat in the study, drinking tea and enjoying the servant girl's leg massage. He looked at Fan Xian, who was standing next to him. "I thought that after 10 years, I wouldn't be able to recognize you. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful." Fan Xian sighed, but didn't dare to sit down. He said, "Teacher, can you, even if it's just once, don't sneak into my room in the middle of the night. It's easy to cause a misunderstanding. Although students use soft pillows in their rooms now, what if I had stabbed you with a knife just now? You are clearly the weakest in martial arts among the 8 bureaus, but you still like to dress up as a night ranger. It's very dangerous." In fact, Fan Xian had imagined the scene after his reunion with Fei Jia countless times. It could be that the two of them would hug each other and cry bitterly. It could also be that they would pour each other poison tea to test their skills after parting. But he had never thought that on the day of his wedding, when the night of spring was short, this old man would come to disturb him. Originally, some thoughts of parting with his teacher had long since turned into unsatisfied anger. It must be known that today had been tormented all day. Fan Xian had comforted himself that he had endured for 30 years. What was there to be anxious about? Seeing that he was about to succeed, he had been disturbed by this old poisonous creature. Fan Xian had no choice but to be anxious. He thought to himself, why did you have to come today? Fei Jia didn't care about him at all. He said, I just came back from Dongyi. I heard about your wedding, so I hurried for a few days and finally made it. Fan Xian's heart was moved. He quickly bowed deeply. For him to be able to live to this day in this world, the person in front of him should be one of the two people who had done the most. Fei Jia handed him a small box. A faint fragrance floated out from the box. Fan Xian asked in surprise, what is this? A gift for my student's wedding. What do you think? Fan Xian knew that the gift his teacher had brought out must be extraordinary. Opening it, he found that there were a few pills the size of a pinky finger. His heart jumped. He used his fingernail to pick up some powder and put it in his mouth to taste. Fei Jia looked at his movements and smiled slightly. The old man was also very relieved that the beautiful little child had become the elegant young man he was today. Especially when he saw that he still retained the professional habits he had taught him in the past, Fei Jia was even more comforted. Turtle shell, made of vinegar. Fan Xian frowned as he analyzed the ingredients in the pill. Rehmannia, donkey hide gelatin, beeswax, but there is one medicine that I can't taste. Iced smoke. Fei Jia's lips curled up. He seemed to be somewhat proud. Iced smoke. Fan Xian had already guessed what the pill was for. Thinking of his teacher's astonishing methods, he couldn't help but feel a lot more confident. He asked in surprise. Correct. It is a medicine from overseas. Dongyi has been a merchant for generations. 4 years ago, I asked them to look for it. They finally found it this year, so I stayed there for a few more days to wait for the ship to arrive. Fei Jia waved his hand, letting the serving girl leave. 4 years ago was the first time the palace had discussed the marriage between the Fan and Lin families. It turned out that from then on, Fei Jia had begun to treat Lin Wanner's tuberculosis. He wanted his student to marry a healthy wife. Thinking of this, Fan Xian couldn't help but feel moved. I have something else to do in Dongyi. Fan Xian understood. I sold out the favor I owed Sigurjian back then in exchange for a promise from them not to make trouble for you. Fan Xian sat down next to his teacher. He could no longer feel any resentment towards him for interrupting his romantic night. He said gratefully, Thank you, teacher, for the medicine. Thank you, teacher. This is my first time making this medicine, but I've tested it. It works. Fei Jia smiled slightly. A clear light flashed through his light brown eyes. But there are some side effects. You must listen carefully. Teacher, please speak. Seeing Fei Jia's seriousness, Fan Xian's expression also became serious. Chapter 150. After taking the medicine, you will be forbidden from sexual intercourse for a month. Fei Jia smiled, hiding the true side effects. You are so cruel. Fan Xian stared into his teacher's eyes, wishing he could bite him to death. Then I'll let Wan take the medicine tomorrow, Fan Xian said worriedly. Fei Jia almost spat his tea on his face. He pointed at his nose. You are so strong. There are countless brothels in the capital. Do you really have to be in such a hurry tonight? Fan Xian chuckled. Because I know you are playing with me. Fei Jia really couldn't do anything to this pretty boy. He wasn't his match 10 years ago, and 10 years later, he was even less of a match. He could only stand up angrily. Am I destined to owe you something in my previous life? You can guess everything. Fan Xian quickly stood up and comforted him. Because you love me, teacher. Fei Jia suddenly looked into his eyes and was silent for a long time. Because the study was new, the smell of wood still wafted through the room. The atmosphere was a little strange. After a long time, Fei Jia said lightly, "You've been in the capital for a long time, and you've been to the Overwatch Council. I presume you already know some things." "I know some." Fan Xian's smile was pure. "For example, I know about my mother, but I still don't know about my father." He looked into Fei Jia's eyes. Even someone as ruthless and vicious as Fei Jia felt the pressure. He smiled and changed the topic. It was quite clever, and Fan Xian couldn't press him any further. "I presume you know that the lady established the Yi family with her left hand and the Overwatch Council with her right. Now, both Count Sinan and the director want you to take over. It's just that Count Sinan wants you to take over the business of the palace treasury, and the director seems to want you to take over the Overwatch Council." Fan Xian shook his head. "Teacher, the token you gave me back then was actually a commissioner token. Actually, once I understood what this token represented, I knew what might happen next." "What is your opinion?" "My opinion is actually different from the director's." Fei Jia seemed a little depressed. "The Overwatch Council is too close to the Emperor, and can easily be dragged into those terrible political struggles. Although the palace treasury is also a hot potato, it is easier to control than the Overwatch Council." Fan Xian nodded, but he smiled bitterly in his heart. He thought that he seemed to have long been involved in those palace struggles. Even the eldest princess being forced to leave Jingdo seemed to have something to do with him. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, "Teacher, don't waste your energy. You must be tired from the journey, so stay in the manor for the time being. As for the future, let's not talk about whether or not I want to accept mother's inheritance. I'm afraid that even if Director Chen and father wanted to give it to me, there would be many people who wouldn't be willing." Fei Jia nodded and said gravely, "This matter is very complicated, and I don't think the Prime Minister will stay in court for much longer." Fan Xian furrowed his brows. His father-in-law had long since shaken off the Wu Bowen incident. What could have happened? Fei Jia didn't explain. He only quietly asked, "Is Sir Wu in the capital now?" Fan Xian didn't think for a moment. He said directly, "After I entered the capital, he left. I think he went to the South Sea to find Yi Luyun. I'm not sure what he wanted." Fei Jia shook his head and suddenly looked at Fan Xian. He frowned and reprimanded him. "I hear that you like to write poems in the capital, and that you've made a name for yourself." Fan Xian smiled with some embarrassment. "Teacher, you know that I've liked to write sour things since I was young." Fei Jia sighed and said, "It seems that the so-called salt cellar old Axayan was also your excuse." Fan Xian chuckled twice. Fei Jia couldn't help but shake his head again. He looked at him and said, "Your mother used to be extremely talented, but she despised sour rotten people. After you entered the capital, you spent all your time pondering these petty tricks. If your mother could see you in heaven, wouldn't she be half dead with anger?" Fan Xian shrugged. In his previous life, his mother was probably the most terrifying female science professor. Naturally, the path she took was different from his. Fei Jia refused Fan Xian's request to stay the night. He also had a house in the capital. As he prepared to leave, Fan Xian finally couldn't help but ask a question. "Teacher, back then, you, Chen Pingping, and Uncle Wu Zhu were always with my mother, right?" "Yes." Did my mother get some medicine from you? What medicine? Fan Xian shook his head helplessly. Aphrodisiac or knockout drug? Fei Jia seemed to think of something. A strange expression appeared on his face. He smiled darkly. You've just gotten married, and you already need these things. The next morning, magpies chirped incessantly on the branches. Even the gradually yellowing leaves seemed to be stained with happiness and became much more tender. The morning sun shone through the courtyard, filling the courtyard with a faint warm color. The grass and flowers in the courtyard and the slanted stone path were all stained with dew. It looked very peaceful. With a squeak, Fan Xian pushed open the door and stretched. His face was slightly tired, but his eyes were incomparably clear. He yawned and smiled. He waved behind him. Hurry up and come out. The season of the day is in the morning. Why are you lazing around in bed? Lin Wan's shy and anxious reply came from inside the room. I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Hurry up and close the door. Fan Xian laughed. It's so early in the morning. Yesterday's wedding, the servants are all tired. I'm afraid we'll be the first to wake up in the courtyard. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a group of men and women appear out of nowhere from the front and back of the courtyard. They bowed to Fan Xian and said, "Good morning, young master." Fan Xian was startled. He quickly returned to his room and closed the door. After a while, the servant girls came in to help the newlyweds wash up. Only then did they put on their clothes and walk out the door. Fan Xian carefully held Wan's hand. Looking at his wife's angry face, he smiled. I spent some time with my teacher last night, so I didn't get much time. I'll make up for it tonight. Lin Wan had grown up in the palace and was careful with her words. Now that she had married a husband who liked to talk nonsense, she blushed. You're not being serious again. Fan Xian held her cool little hand and smiled. Ever since we were by the lake, we've been reading the scriptures. You're doing it again. From today onwards, you must call me husband. Yes, husband. Lin Wan's shy and obedient manner was very lovable. Hearing the word husband, Fan Xian thought of Mahjong. He thought of his life's miraculous encounters. He thought of last night's madness, the beauty of the spring night, and the eldest princess, who had been driven out of her fief by the emperor. He couldn't help but smile. I really do seem to have drawn a few more tiles than others. Since entering the capital, he had finally found the feeling of happiness. He couldn't help but sing in a low voice, I've left many feelings in the capital. Lin Wan, who was in his arms, opened her big innocent eyes and didn't understand a single word. Entering the Fan Manor from the corner of the garden, it was another bustling scene. The servants and servants stood on both sides to welcome the newlyweds. They all knew that this young mistress was an extraordinary person. On the day of the wedding last night, the continuous rewards from the palace had shocked all the Fan clansmen. After finishing his wife's tea, Fan Jian amiably let the two of them rise. He then chatted with Wan about Prime Minister Lin's health, and then let the two of them rest in peace. Seeing the new son and the new wife so well matched, Count Sinan felt comforted, and Fan Ruoruo was also very happy for her brother. The two of them returned to their own courtyard and heard a commotion outside. The servant opened the door and saw that the people from the Fan Manor in the suburbs of the capital had come to deliver gifts. Naturally, Fan Xian and Lin Wan didn't need to personally meet these people. They just had to send them away. But Ting Zijing and his wife had also come today, which surprised Fan Xian. Are your legs better? Fan Xian sat in the main seat and looked at Ting Zijing's legs with concern. Ting Zijing laughed. They've been better for a long time. It's just a little inconvenient to walk. Fan Xian smiled at Lin Wan beside him. Ting Zijing was the one who prepared the roe deer meat and white elk meat that I sent you a few days ago. Lin Wan smiled slightly and nodded. It had only been a night, but she had transformed from a young girl into a mature matriarch. It had to be said that life changes were always so sudden. After talking for a while, Ting Zijing and his wife were led away to rest. After they left, Ting Zijing's wife whispered curiously, "This young mistress is quite noble, but her body seems a little weak. I'm afraid she's not good enough for the young master." Ting Zijing was shocked and reprimanded her. "The young mistress is a true noble. Be careful that if someone else hears this, they'll tear your mouth apart." Ting Zijing's wife still had the charm of a young married woman and smiled noncommittally. "It's just that the bride isn't as handsome as the groom. It's a little funny." Ting Zijing also smiled. In this capital, it's not so easy to find a girl more handsome than the young master. On the other side of the story, Grandmother Danzhou's gift had been delayed on the road for a number of days. Today, it had finally arrived at Fan Manor. Fan Jian naturally went out to greet it, and he also had someone notify the young couple. Fan Xian was full of joy. Holding Wan Er's hand, he walked to the entrance of the courtyard. As they walked, he said, "Grandmother loves me the most. I wonder what she'll give us." When they reached the entrance of the manor, Fan Xian was stunned. He had never thought that grandmother would give him a wedding gift. Cece looked at the young master she had served for many years with a face full of joy. She had already bowed. "Greetings, young master." "Greetings, mistress." Chapter 151. Fan Xian had not thought that his grandmother would send Cece, who was far away in Danzhou, to Jingdou. Looking at the girl he had spent many peaceful years with, he was happy but also had a headache. He didn't know what to do. His grandmother's meaning was clear. She wanted him to take Cece into his room. Looking at Cece's appearance, she probably wouldn't choose any other solution. "Go rest first." Fan Xian did his best to appear gentle. However, Cece still felt that the young master in front of her seemed to have become somewhat unfamiliar. After all, Fan Xian had endured too many trials and struggles in Jingdou. Other than his steadiness, his temperament had also gained an indescribable quality. Seeing Cece's somewhat uneasy expression, Fan Xian laughed and said, "This girl, what are you thinking now? After you've eaten and drunk your fill, I'll take you for a stroll around the capital." Cece felt wronged and said, "Cece is here to serve you, not for you to serve me." Fan Xian felt good hearing this. After all, this was a girl who had grown up with him. Her words and actions were much more direct, unlike the servant girls of the Fan family in Jingdou. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him, much less refute his intentions. Fan Xian walked forward and gently patted her slightly thin cheek. Smiling, he said, "Fine, fine, I'll let you serve me. Even if you have to copy books and grind ink, you have to wash it off first. My whole body is sore. Everyone says that a beautiful sleeve adds fragrance to reading at night. Are you going to add some vinegar for me?" The Qing kingdom did not have the story of Fang Xuanling's wife drinking vinegar to show her determination, so no one could hear the playfulness in these words. Fan Xian couldn't help but feel a bit of regret for casting pearls before swine. Cece was embarrassed and embarrassed. She bowed again and then followed the servant girl to freshen up. These servant girls had long seen that this servant girl was different from them, so they were especially polite. "So this girl is Cece." There was no jealousy as Fan Xian had expected. There was only curiosity on Lin Wanner's face. She smiled and said, "I've always heard you say that the girl in Danzhou is much more diligent than Cece. Today we finally meet." After all, the kingdom of Qin was still a world where men were superior to women. Although Lin Wanner was a princess, she did not seem to have too many thoughts or sensibilities. Besides, even if Fan Xian were to take a concubine, would a princess be jealous of those women? Fan Xian smiled. Fortunately, this matter had nothing to do with him. Otherwise, if he had made the little tiger unhappy, would he still have his arms? Marriage is the grave of love, Fan Xian said sourly. So we have to walk more, don't become a pair of zombies. Lin Wanner frowned and pouted. I'm afraid of the cold, she said pitifully. The snow in Song Mountain is good, especially in autumn and winter. Fan Xian looked at his wife with a smile, tempting her like a staff member of a travel agency. Although the medicine my teacher gave you is very effective, and the imperial physicians were pleasantly surprised after taking your pulse, a high-altitude place will be very beneficial to your body. Lin Wanner tilted her head and leaned against his chest. She gently rubbed against him and said softly, I still don't understand what altitude means. It means how much higher it is compared to the surface of the sea. Fan Xian felt this explanation was a bit awkward. I still don't understand, Lin Wanner said with a pained expression. Can we not go? I'm afraid of climbing mountains. I'm afraid of the cold. Fan Xian said unhappily, look at how round your face is now. There's no harm in exercising more. Lin Wanner suddenly struggled out of his arms and said with a pained expression, last night, you said you liked me to be a bit fatter. Fan Xian almost laughed, but he still suppressed it and said seriously, turn off the lights. Of course, being a bit fatter is good, but looking at you during the day, it's better to be a bit thinner. Lin Wanner huffed angrily and rushed to walk in the corridor. Fan Xian hurriedly followed, not looking at her directly. He was only a step ahead and quietly said, I like the fleshy parts of your body the most, don't you know? In the autumn palace, it was like a gust of summer wind was blowing in the face. Lin Wanner's face heated up, and in a moment, she blushed. She took 2 steps forward and grabbed Fan Xian's hand. She lowered her head and said, there are so many people following behind us. Don't you feel ashamed? The 2 of them were in the palace, followed by a large group of old women, eunuchs, and palace maids. But those people all had their heads down and were some distance away from Fan Xian and Lin Wanner. Presumably, they hadn't heard what the young couple had said. Fan Xian's face was still facing forward. He smiled and said, my wife, you must learn from your husband how to do many earth-shattering things without changing your expression. There was a hidden meaning to this, but Lin Wanner didn't understand. Today was the first time the 2 of them had entered the palace since their wedding. When the concubines saw Lin Wanner, they all hugged their sweethearts and called out to them, giving them gifts. Fan Xian didn't refuse any of them, but seeing how worried the concubines were for Lin Wanner, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This woman's family was from the royal family. If there was a conflict between the couple in the future, wouldn't he die without a burial? His Majesty the Emperor had 4 sons, the Crown Prince, and the 3rd Prince. This proved that he was not a womanizer. Coincidentally, of all the concubines in the palace, none of them had given birth to a princess. So Lin Wanner, who had been raised in the palace, naturally became the concubine's favorite. Lin Wanner was used to the palace, so she wasn't as nervous as Fan Xian had been when he first entered the palace. Instead, it was as if she were playing in the back garden of her home. Fan Xian was affected by this, and the eldest princess, whom he hated the most, had now returned to her fiefdom, Xinyang. So he relaxed and followed her around the palace. Earlier, when he had met with the Empress, Fan Xian had already brought up the matter of going to the Tsang Mountains for a vacation, and he had obtained the approval of the nobility in the palace. Unexpectedly, Wanner was a silly girl who was afraid of the cold. But Fan Xian had already made up his mind, especially after the new year, when the exchange of prisoners between the kingdom of Qing and northern Qi would officially begin. The Overwatch Council had sent word through Wang Qinian. It seemed that this matter had something to do with Fan Xian, so he needed a quiet place to deal with some matters and prepare some things. But it was a pity that when he entered the palace, he did not see his uncle, the emperor. Lin Wanner was a little disappointed. Fan Xian's calm face hid some other emotions. A procession of carriages set off from Fan Manor. Today, Prime Minister Lin had also come to see off his beloved daughter, so the scene seemed even more grand. The pedestrians on the street were also pointing at the procession. After all, a few days ago, the Fan and Lin families had united by marriage, and the wedding scene had shocked half the capital. Who would have thought that in just a few days, the immortal poet of the Fan family would cause such a ruckus? Why are you leaving the capital so soon after getting married? An old man in the crowd frowned, his hands behind his back. Young people these days, relying on their family's wealth and power, only know how to play around. I heard that Master Fan is also a professor at the Imperial College. Why are you going to the Tsang Mountains? Look, don't you understand? A young man next to him laughed. Master Fan is going on a honeymoon. He has to specifically pick a secluded place. What is a honeymoon? A sister-in-law was interested. It means that life is as sweet as honey. Another poor man, who was obviously related to Fan Manor, laughed mockingly. You don't even know that. It's a new phrase invented by Master Fan. The sister-in-law was angry. That's a weird phrase. What's there to know? Besides, what honeymoon? If you want to pick a secluded place to stay for a few days, then don't you understand? Isn't it just for the sake of peace, happiness, and having a fat boy? Sitting in the carriage leaving the capital, on his left was Lin Wanner, who was curled up in her fur coat like a cat. She looked at Fan Xian with a smile in her eyes that were like spring water. On his left was the gentle and courteous Fan Ruoruo, who was currently peeling an orange, carefully picking the white strands from the flesh, and then putting the pieces into Fan Xian's mouth. Fan Xian half closed his eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Lin Wanner's expression. He couldn't help but frown. It's only autumn. Why are you so afraid of the cold? Lin Wanner giggled and climbed up. She moved closer to him and opened her mouth. Fan Xian's heart trembled. He heard her say to Ruoruo, "Good sister, give me an orange." Fan Ruoruo smiled. Sister-in-law, you can't eat oranges when you're sick. You'll get sick. Lin Wanner frowned. That's annoying. Fan Xian didn't understand how his wife and sister addressed each other. One calls me sister, and the other calls me sister-in-law. What kind of address is that? Lin Wanner stuck out her tongue. I'm used to calling her sister. Fan Ruoruo couldn't help but laugh. She pointed at her brother's nose. Before you got married, my brother told me to call you sister-in-law, so I'm used to it. Fan Xian shook his head helplessly. The carriage was warm, and after leaving the capital, it was easy to get sleepy. Lin Wanner leaned on Fan Xian's shoulder, and Ruoruo rested against the carriage wall. The carriage suddenly shook, waking Wanner from her sleep. She rubbed her eyes and asked, "Are we there yet? How could we be so fast?" Fan Xian smiled and shook his head. Although the villa in the Tsang Mountains can't compare to the one in the palace, it's still halfway up the mountain. It'll take 3 days to get out of the capital. Lin Wanner looked at him calmly. Leaving the capital so soon after marriage, other than to recuperate, what other reason is there? Fan Xian knew he couldn't hide this from her, and he didn't want to hide it. He smiled. Your 2 cousins send people to the manor every day. I'm scared, so of course I have to hide. Choosing sides at this time, no matter which side, is a stupid thing to do. Chapter 152. 2 days later, the carriages slowly entered the middle of Tsang Mountain. The magnificent Tsang Mountain was incomparably majestic. Hundreds of years ago, a generation of emperors had used hundreds of thousands of hard laborers to forcefully open up an official road that allowed carriages to pass through the mountains. This was to facilitate his summer vacations in the Tsang Mountain. But in fact, not long after this huge, laborious road was completed, the emperor died on top of the soft bodies of his concubines. Unexpectedly, it had never been used even once. In the past few hundred years, the world had risen and fallen countless times, but gradually, this mountain closest to the capital had become the back garden of high officials and nobles. Since the previous dynasty, many laws had been issued, establishing the extremely thick air of officialdom on Tsang Mountain. Even the cold mountain wind could not blow it away. From then on, Tsang Mountain forbade hunting, burning forests to open up wastelands, and everything that poor people could do was prohibited. Tsang Mountain became purely a vacation spot for the rich. Nowadays, in addition to a few temples for ascetic cultivators and some hermits, the rest of the land was given by the emperor to some of the ministers in the court. They were used to build other estates and relieve the pain of the court's complicated affairs. The residences of the Fan clan were built halfway up the mountain. It was a good place bestowed by the previous emperor half a year before his death. The surroundings were very quiet. In front of the villa was a clear stream. The red leaves that fell from the mountain peak floated down from this clear stream. The stream was dotted with yellow flowers, and inside the villa was quiet. In this cold autumn, the shadows of wild geese were sparse in the sky, and it was indescribably lonely. After Fan Xian and his group arrived, the villa immediately became lively. Early on, the servants had tidied up the villa. Because they did not know how long the young master, mistress, and mistress planned to stay here, Fan Manor had prepared a lot of dried game. They had even sent 3 singing girls to the mountain to sing every day. Who knew how many little squirrels that had been storing food for the winter were scared away? What a good place. There were servants who went to arrange the rooms. Fan Xian strolled to the front of the villa. Not far below his feet, there were clouds floating lightly. The thin mountain and green forest in the distance were particularly clear. He could not help but sigh. Lin Warner gently leaned against his side and smiled. It really is good. When I was a child, I lived in Tsang Mountain for a while. It was not as quiet as your family's villa. This is our home. Fan Xian corrected. He then lovingly tied up his wife's collar. The cold air on the mountain was heavy. He was worried that she would catch a cold before her body recovered. Lin Wan giggled and said, "I know, husband." For the next few days, the young men and women passed their days in the quiet mountains. It was as if they didn't know how long the world was in peace and happiness. Fan Xian had not seen this kind of life for many days, so he seemed to enjoy it very much. Every day, if he wasn't taking Warner along the slippery mountain path, he was standing behind his sister, watching her thin brush as she captured the beautiful scenery of the Tsang Mountains on paper. This could be considered the true married life between Lin Warner and Fan Xian after their marriage. In this period of time, the newlyweds gradually changed from the initial love at first sight to the excitement of meeting across the wall, and then to the worry that followed. Finally, they could peacefully enjoy this thing called love. The end of the passion transformed into a delicate fragrance that lasted even longer. One morning, Lin Warner lazily opened her eyes. She subconsciously put her fleshy arm to the side and found that there was no one beside her. She was wrapped in a warm blanket. She didn't know where her husband had gone. Lin Warner was not surprised. Ever since they had consummated their marriage, she knew that Fan Xian would wake up very early every day. She didn't know where he went, but before she woke up, he would quietly return to his room. She had always been curious, but when she lived in Fan Manor, it was not convenient for her to do anything. Now that she was in Song Mountain, there were no elders or those annoying old nannies by her side. Lin Warner rolled her eyes. She got up and put on a thick cloak. She put on a pair of soft shoes, and like a thief, she sneaked out the door. A gust of morning wind hit her face, and she shivered from the cold. She didn't dare tarry. She secretly smiled and went to the other main room at the end of the corridor. She knocked twice on the door. When the sleepy Fan Ruoro heard her voice, she quickly got up and opened the door. She was only wearing a thin layer of clothing, and she was freezing. She rubbed her hands and said, "Sister-in-law, so early." After Lin Warner arrived at Song Mountain, the little mischief that had always been hidden under her shy and cute temperament finally came out. She stuck out her tongue, hugged Ruoro's waist, and pulled her into the warm quilt. She let out a very comfortable sigh. Fan Ruoro wasn't used to sleeping in the same bed as someone else, so she felt a little strange. But this little sister-in-law was very affectionate. She hugged Ruoro and put her face next to hers. She quietly asked, "Do you know what your brother does every day when it's not bright?" Fan Ruoro felt her sister-in-law's cold hand on her waist. She thought that if her brother saw this, he would be heartbroken. She quickly grabbed her hand to warm it. She said in a bad mood, "You are a couple. Why are you asking me?" Lin Warner laughed and said, "That brother of yours is always so mysterious. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about every night, when we are talking and playing chess in the room, where does he go? Aren't you curious?" Hearing her sister-in-law say this, Ruoro, who had a calm temperament, couldn't help but feel a little confused. She knew that her brother practiced every morning, but these past few nights, her brother had disappeared for a period of time. She really didn't know what he was doing. In the morning, he practices martial arts. At night, I don't know. I'll ask him. Lin Warner was curious. Practice martial arts. What kind of martial arts? Can we go take a look? Sister-in-law, you're so curious. Of course. Lin Warner's eyes lit up, like the lake in the summer villa. As a wife, it's normal to be curious about what her husband is doing. Fan Ruoro realized that her sister-in-law didn't have many of the habits of the palace. In some ways, she felt that she was even more mischievous than she was. She couldn't help but laugh. It's so cold. If I were married, I'd rather sleep in my bed. If you go out now and my brother sees you and scolds you, I won't help you. Lin Warner didn't know what Fan Xian looked like when he was angry, but she knew her husband's temperament. She grimaced. Suddenly, she smiled. If we get married. It's late autumn. It looks like my sister-in-law is beginning to feel sleepy. Perhaps it was because the bed was too warm, or perhaps it was because she was shy, but Fan Ruoro's face reddened. What kind of sister-in-law are you? She reached out to tickle Lin Warner. Lin Warner yelped and hit back. The young sister-in-law and sister-in-law played around on the bed. In the end, Fan Ruoro was no match for a married woman. Panting, she had no choice but to get out of bed. She wrapped her sister-in-law in layers of clothing. After confirming that the mountain wind couldn't reach her neck, she took her hand and left the villa to find her brother. The sky was bright, and the people in the villa were still preparing for the morning. No one noticed that the two masters had slipped out like thieves. Most of the land on the mountainside was the property of the Fan family, so no one came to disturb them. The two girls walked carefully along the path in the forest toward the mountainside. Are you sure it's this way? Fan Ruoro frowned. This mountain is so big. Let's not get lost. Don't worry. Lin Warner smiled. I have an intuition. I can feel where my husband is. Fan Ruoro thought helplessly. She could only trust her unreliable intuition. Although she thought this way, she paid attention to the ground under her feet. She found that people had indeed stepped on it. This small path was so quiet. Other than her elder brother, no one else would have the interest to go into the barren mountain. After some time, the two young girls finally plucked the autumn leaves and wiped the dew off their clothes. They passed through the forest and arrived at the side of the mountain. Fortunately, Lin Wanner's body had recovered after taking Fei Jie's medicine. Otherwise, she might not have been able to make it this far. Seeing her sister-in-law's red face, Ruoro felt sorry for her and wiped her face. She reminded her to fasten her cloak, which had already been unbuttoned. Only then did the two look forward. If they didn't look, they wouldn't have known. At the foot of the mountain was a gentle slope rarely seen in Song Mountain. Above it was a meadow that was still green under the autumn frost. Looking up, there was a steep cliff that was more than 10 zhang high. The slope was abnormally steep, and among the rocks, there were yellow bamboos that pierced the sky like swords. There was a person on the cliff. It was Fan Xian, dressed in unlined clothing. Looking at him, he was about to jump off the cliff. Lin Wanner saw this and was indescribably shocked. She opened her mouth to cry out in alarm to stop Fan Xian. Unexpectedly, a soft and slightly cold hand covered her lips. Fan Ruoro narrowed her eyes and looked at her brother on the cliff. Pretending to be calm, she said, "Don't worry." He didn't know where her confidence came from. At this time, Fan Xian had already jumped down from the cliff. His body could be seen jumping between the rocks. Each step was dangerously close to stepping on the only place where he could put his weight. As he descended, his speed became faster and faster. A few times, he almost crashed into the bamboos. But he seemed to have an innate ability to predict. He would always turn 1 or 2 turns ahead of time. He would choose a place to land, as well as the strength of the rebound, and he would brush past the bamboos. This relied on the powerful control brought by the tyrannical Jinqi in his body. It also relied on the instincts he had learned from Wu Zhu. In reality, in a flash, his body was like a black light. He passed through the bamboo forest and rocks and landed steadily on the meadow. Fan Xian turned his head slightly and looked at the two girls with surprise. "Why are you here?" His breathing was not chaotic, but the bamboos on the steep slope swayed gently from his breath. Chapter 153. Lin Wanner and Fan Ruoro watched the scene and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Although the two girls knew that Fan Xian had killed an 8th-level master on Nyolan Street, the thrilling scene of him rushing down the cliff was completely different from how they felt about the so-called martial way. Accuracy, calmness, and strength. These were the things that had shocked them. Even Fan Ruoro, who had always trusted her brother and was much calmer than Lin Wanner, couldn't help but let out a soft cry. "Brother, how did you do that?" Fan Xian walked up from the meadow and looked at the two girls. He couldn't help but shake his head. He put his hands on the girls' heads and gently rubbed them. "It's just a daily practice." He thought to himself, if you had seen the terrifying scene of Wu Zhu jumping down the cliff outside Danzhou, you would definitely not have cared about what had just happened. He frowned. "Why did you come out so early in the morning? There are beasts in the mountains." Fan Ruoro looked at Lin Wanner and smiled. "My wife often wakes up and doesn't see you, so she dragged me out to find you. She's curious about what you look like when you practice every day." Fan Xian looked at his wife, whose face was red from the cold. He reached out and rubbed the tip of her cold nose. Lin Wanner was not used to him being so affectionate in front of her sister. She shyly moved away. She was still immersed in the scene she had just seen. It turned out that her husband was such a powerful master. Seeming to guess what she was thinking, Fan Xian smiled and shook his head. Don't think too highly of me. Someone once said that I was above the 4th level, but not yet the 6th. Lin Wanner looked at him in disbelief. I grew up in the palace. I've seen many 7th level masters. Husband, you are much more powerful than them. Really? Fan Xian smiled and didn't take it to heart. Instead, he said with a headache, although Teacher Fei's medicine is very useful, the wind is strong in the mountains in the morning. What if you catch a cold running out like this? As he spoke, he tightened the scarf around her neck and said with concern, I've been used to practicing martial arts every day since I was a child. It's my fault that I didn't tell you before. Don't come out again in the future. Fan Ruoruo was happy to see her brother and sister-in-law so affectionate. She smiled and didn't say a word. Unexpectedly, Fan Xian turned his head and coldly said, Ruoruo, you too. Seeing that her brother was angry, she panicked and her eyes became misty. In a low voice, she said, Sister is wrong. In the future, I will. She was about to say that she would take good care of her sister-in-law, but Lin Wanner was also anxious to defend her. She was the one who dragged her out. Fan Xian rubbed her frozen ear and warmly said, Your sister-in-law's health is not good. How much better can your health be? If you freeze yourself, how will you get married in the future? Only now did the two young women realize that he was angry about something else. Thinking of how this young man in front of them cared for his wife and his sister, Lin Wanner and Ruoruo couldn't help but feel a sense of happiness. Fan Xian was actually the happiest person. His days in Song Mountain passed day by day. It seemed that he had already forgotten everything in the capital. Every once in a while, Count Sinan would send a secret letter to him, and Wang Qinian would report to him through Fan Xian's own channels. The capital was calm. The only major movement was that Yan Xiaoyi, the commander of the palace who had shot Fan Xian with an arrow, had been transferred north to take up the post of commandant of the godly wool army of Xubei. Although it was only a transfer of rank, it had to be said that the emperor had given Yan Xiaoyi a warning. The peace treaty between the kingdom of Qing and northern Qi had come into effect last month, so the godly wool army of Xubei was no longer of use. Although he was the commandant of the north, Yan Xiaoyi couldn't do much in the current situation. He was probably very depressed. Fan Xian looked at Wang Qinian's letter and frowned slightly. Everyone knew that Yan Xiaoyi's sudden rise to power was partly due to his superior 9th-level martial prowess, and partly due to the eldest princess's help. If the emperor and the palace wanted to get rid of the eldest princess, he would certainly keep Yan Xiaoyi in the capital so that the Overwatch Council could keep an eye on him. In the worst-case scenario, Yan Xiaoyi could be promoted to the Bureau of Military Affairs and promoted to a civil position. There was absolutely no reason for him to be transferred north to take charge of the army. Fan Xian lightly knocked on the table twice and shook his head. He understood what was going on. It seemed that the emperor still had no intention of making a move. This was only a warning to another power in the court. It seemed that the capital would be much safer. But how could a ruler who had been on the throne for more than 10 years allow someone else to safely rise? If he used the power of the emperor, the power of the Overwatch Council, and the loyalty of the Yi family, it would be very easy to kill the eldest princess and the hidden prince in one fell swoop. Fan Xian still couldn't understand this. He didn't know what the emperor was relying on to be so bold, to look at the other side so carefreely, and not to make the first move. Since he had confirmed that Jingdo was safe, Fan Xian's mood relaxed. However, he also felt a bit of regret. Starting the War of Leaflets in Jingdo was a choice he had no choice because he was not as powerful as the emperor, so he didn't dare wait. However, he had helplessly eased the situation. He and the eldest princess had a fight over the palace treasury. Originally, it was not a big deal. Later, The two sides had secretly exchanged blows a few times, and Fan Xian had always taken advantage. Given the eldest princess's personality, once she turned the tables, she would certainly not let him go. If the emperor continued to play this seemingly dangerous game, how should he deal with it? Killing the eldest princess seemed to be a very wise path, but it also involved many problems. First, could Wu Zhu guarantee that after he killed her, he would not leave any traces? This kind of brazen challenge to the dignity of the royal family was probably something that the emperor would not be able to tolerate. Second, the eldest princess was, after all, his wife's mother. If she actually died by his hand and Lin Wanhe found out about this, how would the husband and wife get along? After all, the death of his second brother-in-law was already like a thorn in Fan Xian's heart. Most importantly, Fan Xian and Wu Zhu did not have the confidence to kill the eldest princess. She had already returned to the fief of Xinyang, and they had no idea how many aces were there. As for the gun in his hand, Fan Xian did not dare use it. He was worried that the nobles in the capital would associate it with the deaths of the two princes and think of the name Yi Qingmei. Fan Xian glanced out the window. It was early in the morning on Song Mountain. Tonight, there were already light snowflakes drifting down from the sky, making the mountain manor exceptionally plain and clean. He sighed, burned the letter from his father and Wang Qinian, and then walked out. After that rainy autumn night, he had already made the decision to bury the matter of his mother in his heart until one day, when he could truly control the situation. In the middle of the corridor, a fire was lit in the central room, and it was as warm as spring. Lin Wanhe and Fan Ruoruo were playing a game of mahjong with 3 singing girls sent from the manor. There was an extra person on the side to help out. Fan Xian smiled as he walked in. The 3 girls hurriedly rose and bowed. The servant girl who was making the bed in the inner room also hurried out to greet the young master. Fan Xian waved his hand, indicating for them to continue. He then sat down between Fan Ruoruo and Lin Wanhe. He smiled. If Xia came, I bet you would all be crying. Lin Wanhe smiled. We played once in the manor. I didn't lose anything. Fan Xian did not believe that with Xia's perverted and stubborn calculating abilities, he would not be able to beat his lovely wife. Fan Ruoruo smiled to the side. Xia did not lie. That night, Xia only won 2 strings of money from her. Fan Xian's eyes brightened. He looked at Wanhe. I didn't expect Wanhe to be so amazing. There's nothing going on in the palace all day. The ladies all like to play mahjong. Lin Wanhe smiled mischievously. You know, when it comes to calculating, the women in the palace are all shrewd. Naturally, it's the same when it comes to playing mahjong. I've lived in the palace for so many years, of course I'm a bit better. Fan Xian smiled bitterly. I see. The other servants in the manor were all drinking and chatting in the side courtyard. Fan Xian walked out, stepping on the snowflakes on the bluestone pavement. Behind him was the dim light, and he could hear the faint sound of mahjong tiles falling to the ground, and the excited cries of girls. He suddenly remembered that Stephen Chow had a similar scene in Tang Bohu's Autumn Fragrance. But Stephen Chow was miserable, and Fan Xian was happy. That was the difference. Wanhe and Ruoruo both knew that he went out every night, but after seeing the scene of him practicing martial arts that day, they obediently did not ask again. They just tacitly agreed to this fact. Walking out into the snow, Fan Xian stepped on a secret path and went straight into the depths of the bamboo forest. At the edge of the plum cliff, he stopped. This was the most secluded corner of the Tsang Mountains. Fan Xian casually stretched out his hand. Wu Zhu's hand seemed to reach out from the heavens, and he grasped Fan Xian's hand. Their hands intertwined, and Fan Xian's body swung up to the peak. The view was wide, but it was not easy for others to see that he was there. The Tsang Mountains were quiet and beautiful under the moonlight on a snowy night. Fan Xian took the cold, black metal object that Wu Zhu handed him. He lay on the ground and began to aim at the rocks in the snow. Chapter 154. After an indeterminable amount of time, Fan Xian climbed out of the snow. His movements were slow, as if he had not yet shaken off his earlier emotions. This fire stick was well protected. He had spent a lot of time putting the 3 parts back together. He found that all the parts were in good condition. Even the optical sight was perfect. Only now did Fan Xian realize how stupid it was for him to kick the box twice. He was a military illiterate, so it took him many days just to familiarize himself with the weapon in his hands. After he actually started training, he found that there was always a big gap between ideals and reality. When you found the sun shining into your dreams, you suddenly realized that dreams were fake. How to measure the distance, how to aim, and how to ensure smooth movement were not things that the people of this world could know. Fan Xian had no teacher, so he could only slowly figure it out himself. The further he aimed, the harder it was to hit the target. As for calculating the influence of the wind and measuring the distance, these were even more difficult problems. Fortunately, there were many special qualities in his body that made up for these shortcomings. First of all, he was very calm, with a calmness that was similar to Wu Zhu's. Second, he was very stable. The nameless tyrannical Jinqi kept his body in a very balanced state. Most importantly, he was very patient. He had the patience of a hunter. This was thanks to the encounters in his previous life and the afternoon nap in this life. As long as the energy in his body could keep up, Fan Xian believed that he could hide in one place and not move for a whole day. After climbing out of the snow, he felt that his body was a bit frozen. He slowly activated the Jinqi in his body to ease the numbness in his limbs. He then looked at Wu Zhu, who was standing like a flagpole beside him. He shook his head. If my opponent was Yan Xiaoyi, I can't guarantee that before I hit him, I wouldn't be killed by his arrows. Wu Zhu coldly said, "You don't have to use this." Fan Xian didn't quite understand what he meant. Holding the sniper rifle, he sat in the snow and frowned. In reality, I know that my strength is between the upper 8th and lower 9th levels. Uncle always hid it from me in the past because he didn't want me to be careless. But in the future, if I have to deal with the upper 9th level aces, it will be better to have a weapon that others don't know about in my hands. Wu Zhu said, "In my opinion, you are still only at the level of the 7th level." Fan Xian laughed self-mockingly. "Then I can still kill Qing Jushu and exchange blows with Gong Dian." Wu Zhu said woodenly, "Gong Dian is of the 8th level, and Qing Jushu is at most of the 7th level. Perhaps, in the past 10 years in Danzhou, the martial arts of the entire world have declined." Fan Xian furrowed his brows and patted the snow off his buttocks. Although he didn't say anything, hearing these words, he couldn't help but have a strange feeling. As for why it was strange, he couldn't explain it at the moment. He shook his head and said, "I need to make myself stronger. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect the people beside me. Warner, the royal family, the eldest princess, and Ruoruo. Don't forget, she is also a poor child without a mother." Wu Zhu was silent. Fan Xian smiled slightly. At this moment, the moon shone on the snowy mountain. The night was slightly bright, making his face appear even more beautiful and pure. He watched as a few snow seeds landed on the black cloth covering Wu Zhu's eyes. For some reason, his heart jumped, and he did something that he had never dared to do in his entire life. He took a step forward and carefully stretched out his hand, wanting to pick the snow off of Wu Zhu's eyes. His movement was very gentle. Wu Zhu took a step back. The timing of this step was perfect, and it made Fan Xian's right hand awkwardly pause in the air, about half a foot away from Wu Zhu's face. "Go back." Wu Zhu took the sniper rifle from his hand, turned, and disappeared into the darkness. Fan Xian looked at the place where he disappeared, and a faint sadness welled up in his heart. This was a powerful warrior who had lost his memory, and only had a small part of his past. What would his future be like? Time was lost in the mountains. Every day, Fan Xian, with great discipline, woke up early in the morning and practiced martial arts. At night, he would also take some time to learn the skills of the night walker with Wu Zhu. Most of his days were spent with Lin Wanner and his sister, watching the girls of the manor gather together to compete in poetry, painting, music, and card games. The days passed in a flash. In between, Yilinger and Princess Rojia also came to stay for a short time. A few of the noble young ladies inevitably had a small poetry meeting. Rojia seemed to have shaken off the sadness of Fan Xian's wedding. Her eyes were as gentle as water, and she begged her brother Fan to write a few poems for her to listen to. Fan Xian could not fall for such a trick. He used the excuse of going up the mountain to fight a tigress and escaped. Near the end of the year, Fan Xizha, who had, with great difficulty, finally shaken off the troubles of his family studies, eagerly sat in the carriage up the Tsang Mountains. He happily pulled his sister-in-law, whom he had not seen for over a month, to play mahjong. In his opinion, being able to find Lin Wanner at the mahjong table was like a peerless swordsman finding an ace worthy of being his enemy. As the saying goes, life is as lonely as snow. Of course, Fan Xian and his sister gathered in the manor. As the young master, he would not forget his wife's brother. He had long sent Ting Zijing, who had recovered, to bring Dabao over. Along the way, Wang Qinyan's group secretly escorted them, so there shouldn't be any problems. That day, after lunch, Fan Xian had the servants hitch up the carriage. He and Lin Wanner went down the mountain 10 li to welcome Dabao. Not long after, they saw the carriage arrive. After the carriage stopped, Ting Zijing quickly went up to greet Fan Xian and the princess. Lin Wanner knew that this person was Fan Xian's first trusted aide after entering the capital, so she treated him warmly. However, her heart had long floated to the carriage. Xiao Xian. Needless to say, it was obvious that Dabao had alighted from the carriage. Fan Xian laughed bitterly and cupped his hands in salute. He then went up to greet his brother-in-law, who he hadn't seen for several months, and whose figure was still bloated. Dabao looked at the surrounding mountain scenery with some curiosity. He opened his mouth wide and laughed foolishly. The snow in the capital is much lighter. The snow on Tsang Mountain was heavy, and a lot had accumulated on the road. Lin Wanner looked at the snowflakes on her brother's hair and walked up to him, feeling sorry for him. She helped him wipe them off and put the fox fur cloak she had prepared on him. "Father," she complained. He knew it was cold on Tsang Mountain, but he didn't prepare more clothes. Fan Xian smiled. The Prime Minister was a man, after all, and there weren't many women in the Lin Manor. No matter how much he loved Dabao, he couldn't take care of everything. He then turned to Ting Zijing. "Did anything happen on the road?" "No," Ting Zijing replied calmly. "At the crossroads before entering the mountain, we fought with another family's carriage for the winter. Seeing that we were in the Prime Minister's carriage, they let us pass." Admiring the snowy scenery on Tsang Mountain and avoiding the midsummer was a favorite activity of the nobles in the capital. Furthermore, there were soldiers guarding the entrance to the mountain. This was only a small matter, and Fan Xian didn't take it to heart. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he prepared to go up the mountain. Unexpectedly, he heard the hurried sound of hooves coming from behind him. Not long after, a group of carriages aggressively drove up. This was where the road split, so it became very crowded and difficult to continue. It's them, Ting Zijing said with some embarrassment. Young master, I didn't say it because I didn't want you to be angry. The servants in the carriage saw that they were stuck here and began to curse. Fan Xian squinted and looked over. He realized that it was the carriage of the Minister of Rights, Gui Yu's family. He couldn't help but smile, thinking about something. They didn't react, but the other side understood. It was the carriage of the Prime Minister's manor, which had blocked the road once at the foot of the mountain. The Guo family didn't dare to fight with the Prime Minister's manor, so their arrogance was greatly reduced. The carriages of the Prime Minister's manor can't always block the road and not let people pass. We've already let you pass once. Can't you move a little faster? A somewhat familiar voice came from the Guo family carriage. Immediately afterward, a luxuriously dressed young master came down from the carriage. He pointed at Ting Zijing and the others and shouted, "Hurry up and get out of the way. Prime Minister Lin is still in the capital. I don't know what you people are doing in Song Mountain." Brother Guo. Fan Xian was overjoyed. He cupped his hands in greeting. Guo Baokuan heard someone call out to him, and it sounded particularly friendly. He thought he had run into an acquaintance, and turned around with a face full of smiles. Unexpectedly, he saw that it was Fan Xian, the underworld fighter. The smile on his face suddenly froze, and he couldn't put it down for a moment. He seemed incomparably embarrassed. His eyes were filled with nervousness and fear. Who was this? This was Fan Xian. Once at the poetry conference, once at the yamen of the capital government, and once at the palace. Guo Baokuan had thoroughly offended Fan Xian. But now, Fan Xian was doing very well in the capital. Guo Baokuan wanted to harm Fan Xian, but instead, Fan Xian jumped up because of this incident. And Fan Xian was now married to that girl. The extravagance of the wedding made Guo Baokuan realize that he had 8 lifetimes worth of bad luck. He only hoped that he would never run into Fan Xian again. How could he have known that today would be such a coincidence? Fan Xian looked at Guo Baokuan and secretly sighed in admiration. This person's luck was so bad that it made even the gods mourn. How did he end up running into Fan Xian again? Watching the Guo family carriage speed down the mountain like a dozen rabbits, Fan Xian rubbed his wrists. Lin Wanner walked over and said in a low voice, "Why did you drive him down the mountain for no reason? Although he is only a palace, he is still a close official of the crown prince. In the future, he will enter the cabinet. Besides, Song Mountain doesn't belong to our family. If others find out, they will say that we are too overbearing. I didn't drive him down the mountain." Hearing his wife change her mind so quickly, a strange smile appeared on Fan Xian's beautiful face. "I just said that I would go drink tea with him in the middle of the night. Who knew that he would run away?" Lin Wanner heard him speak so gently and couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, you. Everyone in the capital knows that you are an underground boxer. Guo Baokuan is guilty of going to see him in the middle of the night. Of course he will run. He is not as famous as you are, and his fists are not as big as yours. What else can he do but run?" Fan Xian laughed. "I sympathize with him too." Chapter 49. Ting Zijing brought another letter. In it, Count Sinan Fan appeared to be deeply worried. It seemed that something had happened in the court that worried him. But judging from the words, it had nothing to do with the eldest princess. Fan Xian frowned. What could it be? When he opened Wang Qinyan's letter and compared the contents of the 2 pieces of paper, the situation became clear. Business, government, and now the council. How long will this process take? Fan Xian looked out the window at the dark, snowy sky and shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew that the mission to Northern Qi would eventually fall to him, the deputy envoy. On one hand, it was because he had made a scene in the palace after drinking. Even if he hid in the Tsang Mountains, it would not be enough to calm the lake. On the other hand, Chen Pingping, whom he had never met, was his mother's close comrade. It was clear that he wanted him to take over the Overwatch Council. Fei Jia had confirmed this. And if he wanted to take over the Overwatch Council, it would be even more difficult than being the Prime Minister. He could not rely on his family background and a bit of fame to intimidate the thousands of secret agents in the hospital. The Overwatch Council was not like the ordinary yamen of the 6 ministries. Those without ability could only muddle along for a while. They could not control it forever. The Overwatch Council was the secret agency that the emperor relied on most, and what it needed most was stability. So Chen Pingping had given him this mission. If he could successfully rescue Yan Bingyun, then he could win Yan Ruohai's favor in one fell swoop. And when Master Yan returned to the capital, he would immediately take over. With Fei Jia and Chen Pingping's secret arrangements, he could gain the support of at least half the leaders. The problem was that his father, Fan Jian, only wanted him to safely take over the palace treasury and be a rich man. Fan Xian knew that he did not have much of a say in how to choose between the two. It all depended on what the emperor thought. Thinking of the emperor, Fan Xian's frown deepened. If he really did gradually take over the Overwatch Council, it would only prove one of his terrifying conjectures. Going on a diplomatic mission to northern Qi was a golden opportunity. But Fan Xian knew that if he was only brass, no matter how much he was plated, he could not become gold. Although he still did not know the most dangerous part of the Overwatch Council's plan, he could guess that this trip north would be very unusual. Outside the window, the wind and snow intertwined. At the end of the long corridor, there was a faint sound of laughter and a fiery red light. In this snowy night, it made one feel incomparably warm. Fan Xian put the 2 letters in his palm. Without changing his expression, he crushed them into powder, opened the window, and threw them into the snow. The powder mixed with the powder and snow, and could no longer be found. Outside, the night wind blew in, chilling his face. The candles in the room dimmed, then grew brighter. Hurry up and close the window. It's freezing. Warner, who had gone to bed early, pitifully stuck half her face out from under the blankets. Her mouth and nose were hidden under the warm blankets. She looked at Fan Xian with a pair of eyes that could speak. Hurry up and go to sleep. Let them do whatever they want. I'm a good boy, don't worry. Fan Xian smiled and walked to the side of the bed. Very naturally, he put his hand under the blankets and gently caressed his wife's full chest. His mouth said something else. De Bao is a good boy, but you have to know that our good brother of ours. If we don't do anything, he might take De Bao to the mountains to catch bears again tomorrow. It had been a long time since the wedding, but Lin Warner still had not gotten used to her husband's wolfish hands that reached out to her at any time. Her face was bright red, and her eyes seemed to be dripping water. She turned her hand and grabbed the pair of hands on her chest. Naughty again, she said. My wife called me to sleep. How could I dare to be naughty? Fan Xian chuckled and flipped his hand. The candles were immediately extinguished, leaving only a quiet room and a couple. After a series of rustling sounds of clothes being undressed, Fan Xian took off all but a single shirt and put it on under the blankets. Lin Warner felt the coldness of his body and couldn't help but shiver. She said, You go to bed so late every night. I don't know why you're sitting at the table. Is this a grudge? Fan Xian teased his little wife. Warner was not yet 16. In his previous life, she was a little girl who was treasured by her parents. Now, she was his wife. Every night, he would make love to her. He didn't know if she could bear it. As he thought this, his palm involuntarily began to rub Warner's soft chest. Separated by the smooth silk shirt, this kind of rich, smooth, and beautiful feeling made him feel incomparably comfortable. Lin Wanner quietly made a sound of agreement and leaned into his embrace. Fan Xian lowered his head and kissed her fleshy lips. Their bodies slowly rubbed against each other. The temperature in the room seemed to rise. Both of their bodies were slightly hot. The clouds dispersed, the rain stopped, and the fog dissipated. Flowers bloomed and closed. Outside the window, the wind and snow continued to fall. Inside the blankets, it was as warm as spring. Wanner, sleepy and weak, shyly lowered her head and burrowed into Fan Xian's embrace. Fan Xian looked at his wife with heartache. He couldn't help but use his finger to gently touch Wanner's lips. For some reason, he thought of the chicken leg in the temple. Your hands are not clean. Wanner turned her head away, embarrassed and angry. Fan Xian smiled gently. How is it not clean? Our good Wanner's body is clean. Lin Wanner was afraid that her husband would say something even more embarrassing. She quickly changed the subject. Are we going to Northern Qi or not? Fan Xian held her tighter and asked in return, are you willing to spend the rest of your life with me? Wanner's expression could not be seen in the darkness, but she must be very nervous about why her husband would ask such a question. In this world, a married woman followed her husband. There was no reason to turn back halfway. She angrily and anxiously said, Husband, why do you ask? Only then did Fan Xian realize that he had asked something inappropriate. He forced a smile and explained, I was just asking casually. Actually, he still had some of the habits from his previous life. Although he and Wanner had bowed to heaven and earth and drank together, he still wanted to hear something from this cute girl. Casually. Lin Wanner was half believing and half doubtful. She said weakly, Husband, you must be thinking about Cici. Now that she said it, Fan Xian remembered Cici, whom he had deliberately left in the Fan Manor in the capital. Ting Zijing had said that she was doing well in the capital, but with his grandmother's nonsense, he had to deal with it. He comforted Wanner. I don't have the mood to think about that. It's just that the two of us are going to do business together for the rest of our lives. Of course, we have to plan for the long term. It's not like you don't know that your mother has always disliked me. These words were fresh and interesting. When Wanner heard the words, do business together for the rest of your life, her heart warmed and she was very satisfied. She faintly replied, what else can I do when married to my husband? Then it settled. In the darkness, Fan Xian smiled. The lines of his lips were very gentle. He said quietly, the nobles in the capital are playing mahjong. I don't know if I can win. Wanner smiled. When it comes to fighting, I'm not as good as you. When it comes to playing mahjong, you're not as good as me. This was what Fan Xian had said in front of the palace, which had made Zhuang Mohan spit blood. Outside the window, the wind and snow were fierce. Fan Ruoruo, who could not sleep, held an umbrella and looked into the distance, carefully keeping her distance from the edge of the stone platform. With a faint smile on her face, she felt a little empty in her heart. Her most admired brother had already gotten married. Where was her future? Her brother had said that she should be like Xija, and find something that was worth giving up his life for. Perhaps it was love, or perhaps it was poetry or painting. But she really did not know what she should pursue. Snowflakes fell on the umbrella and beat against her heart. Wu Zhu quietly came up behind her, covered by the unchanging black cloth. His emotionless voice rang in Fan Ruoruo's ear. Can you keep a secret? The next morning, Fan Xian returned from his training. He was surprised to find De Bao wrapped in a large fox fur robe. He looked at the cliff below the manor with a satisfied expression. Fan Xian was worried that he would lose his footing and fall off the cliff. He quickly walked over and asked quietly, "Debeo, what are you looking at?" Debeo grinned foolishly and pointed. "Little Xian Xian, there are big white birds over there." In the distant mountains, there was a faint white mist rising. A few black-necked, black-tailed white cranes were bending their necks to look for food. Suddenly, they raised their heads and sang. The sound was extremely clear and continuous. As they cried, the white cranes spread their wings and danced. It was very beautiful. Fan Xian was slightly surprised. How could he see cranes on the Tsang Mountains in this cold winter weather? Could there be hot springs there? Cranes were free by nature and did not like to be restrained. So far away, the cranes looked very free and easy. Fan Xian could not help but take a deep breath. "Debeo, do you like those birds?" "No." Fan Xian was a bit surprised. He smiled and asked, "Why not? Do they not dance well?" Debeo pursed his thick lips and said, "Dancing all the time is too tiring. I get nervous just watching them." Fan Xian laughed and patted his brother-in-law's thick shoulder. For some reason, after entering Jingdo, the 3 conversations he had with Debao had made him feel the most relaxed. Perhaps it was because he was truly like a child, so he didn't have to worry about anything. Although the crane dance was beautiful, it was indeed too tiring. "Debeo, how have you been these days?" Debeo's broad brows showed a trace of confusion. It seemed that he did not know how to answer this question. But he still tried very hard to answer clearly. He stammered, pretty, good, playing mahjong, little fatty throwing a tantrum, pretty, fun." Fan Xian chuckled. He looked at the thick snow forest below the bluestone plain, the distant mist, and the white cranes in the mist. He was silent for a long time. The end of the snow in the Tsang Mountains. Chapter 155. At the end of the year, according to palace custom, each prince and princess would receive a gift from the palace. This year's gift was somewhat different. First, the crown prince received the first gift. This was natural, but it was more generous than in previous years. There was also a book personally written by the emperor. Secondly, the second prince's reward was also of a higher level. The great prince, who was far away at the border, received a bow and arrows as a gift. Most importantly, along with this bow was an imperial edict, announcing that when the grass grew at the end of summer, he would return to the capital to be conferred the title of prince. The officials in the capital were confused. They did not know what the emperor was thinking. It seemed that the crown prince's position was still incomparably stable. So why was the great prince summoned back? This prince had been leading troops for many years. Although he was not the legitimate son, he was the eldest son. If he returned to the capital, the situation in the water would be somewhat unstable. Among the rewards from the palace, there was an edict that attracted attention. It was sent to Fan Xian, a 5th-level official of the Imperial College, who was hiding in the Tsang Mountains. The emperor had actually rewarded him according to the etiquette of a prince consort. The officials guessed that this was for the sake of Miss Lin. There was a lot of activity at the end of the year. The families of the officials and gentry often exchanged gifts. Those who were familiar with each other would also personally visit. There were also 2 groups of messengers who brought generous gifts to the Tsang Mountains. These gifts came from the crown prince's palace and the second prince's manor. Everyone thought that once the civil service examinations were over, Fan Xian would be hindered by his status as the prince consort of the princess, and it would be difficult for him to rise in the officialdom. The emperor would then order him to take over the palace treasury. So the crown prince and the second prince had to hurry up and increase their efforts to win him over before this happened. They did this very discreetly, and they believed that the messengers who brought the gifts would not be discovered. What did the second prince bring? The emperor of the kingdom of Qing leaned against a soft couch, wrapped in a large black robe. His face was calm, and a few wrinkles were particularly obvious on his well-maintained face. His eyes quietly stared at the snowflakes that were as big as goose feathers outside his study. Chen Pingping coughed twice and tightened the blanket on his knees. He respectfully replied, "It's a poetry collection from the previous dynasty." The emperor smiled slightly, but there was a trace of mockery at the corner of his lips. "My second son likes to write sour poems, but he thinks everyone in the world is like him." Fan Xian casually wrote a poem, and it surpassed countless poets of the previous dynasty. "This gift is too of a gift." He then asked, "What did the crown prince bring?" "A box of jade-green mahjong tiles." Chen Pingping rubbed his smooth chin and followed the emperor's gaze to the large patch of flat snow in the royal palace. He narrowed his eyes slightly. "Fan Xian likes it very much." "Fan Xian," the emperor said quietly. "Emperor." His Majesty said in a low voice, "The crown prince's gift is brilliant. I wonder who in the Eastern Palace came up with the idea." "Axian princes of the Axian. Of Chen of the emperor of the emperor of the emperor to. Chen of the prince. Of the Chen of the dynasty, of the emperor. The emperor, the emperor of the prince." Chen Pingping carefully replied, "With a caring Fan Xian by my side to take care of me, I should be happier than in the palace." "No one in the palace can truly be happy," the emperor said with a smile. "Have you really decided to send Fan Xian to northern Qi?" Chen Pingping sat in his wheelchair and still lowered his head with great difficulty. He bowed and said, "Yes. Since your Majesty has agreed to my suggestion, then I will begin to make arrangements. If Fan Xian does not do something for the council, it will be difficult for him to truly control the council and serve your Majesty." The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became cold and silent. The emperor looked coldly at Chen Pingping's head. A moment later, he faintly said, "Don't forget, he is of royal blood. How can he take such a risk?" After a long silence, Chen Pingping forced a smile with some difficulty and insisted on his own opinion. "Master, the problem is that he will never be able to become a member of the royal family. As master's subordinate, I want to find a safe future for him." He paused and then said, "If he takes over the palace treasury, he will certainly become a target for the princes. Master, I do not wish to see such a situation. It would be better to let him go out and lie low for a while. Hiding in the Tsang Mountains all the time is not a good idea." The emperor looked coldly at the cripple in front of him. In the eyes of the officials, he was like an old dog, but how long had it been since he had heard the word "master" come out of his mouth? "Approved." The emperor slowly closed his eyes. It seemed that in that moment, the wind and snow in the palace had disappeared without a trace. Chen Pingping sat quietly in his wheelchair and waited for a long time. Finally, he heard the emperor's next words. "But you must know that Count Sinan and Prime Minister Lin will not agree to this arrangement. In a moment, I will be annoyed to death. Let's go." The clear voice of a young eunuch rang out from under the eaves of the Xingqing Palace. With a rustling sound, eunuchs and palace maids rushed out from the side of the hall, carrying the emperor's carriage and serving the emperor to the front of the hall. The carriage was so well sealed that the wind and snow could not sneak in. The emperor's eyes were half closed, and his chin was propped up in his hand. No one knew what he was thinking. His palm slowly caressed the slightly hot charcoal stove. After a long time, he sighed and opened his eyes. He looked at the familiar palace scenery and gently shook his head. In the main hall of the palace, a eunuch came out with a horsetail whisk and said in a clear voice, His Majesty has arrived. Below, the officials who had been waiting for a long time straightened their clothes and bowed to the ground, shouting, "Long live the Emperor!" The Emperor glanced at these officials and slowly walked to sit in front of the dragon chair. "Rise," he said. Hearing this, the officials climbed to their feet. But these high-ranking officials and nobles had lived comfortably in the capital. It was inevitable that they were a little fat and weak, so their movements were slow and comical. Everything else has been settled. Spring is approaching. After the imperial examinations, it is time to carry out the agreement made with the North last year. The Emperor did not seem to be in good spirits. He leaned back on the dragon throne. "Ministers, are there any suitable candidates for the envoy?" In the past few months, there had been rumors that the Prime Minister's new son-in-law, Fan Xian, the fifth scholar of the Imperial College, might be sent to Northern Qi. Prime Minister Lin Ruofu had always thought that it was the civil officials who opposed him in court causing trouble, so he had made ample preparations. Originally, the Fan and Lin families had never liked each other in court. One was a steadfast supporter of the royal faction, while the other had an unclear relationship with the eldest princess. But with Fan Xian's arrival in the capital, everything changed dramatically. The Prime Minister and the eldest princess broke off relations, and Assistant Minister Fan became his in-law. Assistant Minister Fan Jian of the Ministry of Revenue stood a little to the back. He glanced at the front of the line and found that Prime Minister Lin Ruofu was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and they smiled. "Your Majesty, I believe that Axayan Chiwu of the Chamberlain of Honglu Temple handled matters neatly during the last negotiations, and did much for the benefit of the country. He is an excellent talent, and Axayan Chiwu would be the most suitable envoy for this return visit." The first to respond was Prime Minister Lin Ruofu's disciple, the junior minister of Taichung Temple, Ren Xiaoban. Because today's court discussion would discuss the matter of the return visit, all etiquette and regulations needed to be consulted, so he and the junior minister of Honglu Temple, Axayan Chiwu, were both present in the hall. Axayan Chiwu was a little surprised. Why was he being pushed out? Of course, he understood that the Prime Minister would not want his son-in-law to travel thousands of miles to an enemy country. Although there would be no problems with safety, the journey was long. Fan Xian would certainly be promoted again during the spring examinations, and if he immediately went on a mission, who knew what would happen in court in a few months. In fact, the Crown Prince's opinion was similar to that of the Prime Minister. Now that the eldest princess was no longer behind the Crown Prince's back, the Crown Prince's way of thinking was much more mature. He believed that Fan Xian should stay in the capital and immediately take over the palace treasury, and at the same time increase his efforts to win him over. This was the right path. If he could use this to control Assistant Minister Fan and repair his relationship with the Prime Minister, that would be even better. Furthermore, the spring examinations were approaching, and the Eastern Palace still needed to rely on Fan Xian. It seemed that no one in court today would suggest that Fan Xian go on a diplomatic mission to Northern Qi. After all, even if you were a senior statesman of 3 dynasties and a minister of a ministry, if you offended the Fan and Lin families, you might not be able to bear the hatred of those 2 old men. So the hall immediately fell silent. It seemed that all the officials approved of Axayan Chiwu's proposal to go on a diplomatic mission to Northern Qi. Even Axayan Chiwu himself began to prepare to accept the order and take Fan Xian's place. The emperor frowned slightly, as if he had not expected the current situation. He gently placed the stove in his hand on a small yellow satin table beside him. At that moment, someone stepped out from the ranks of the officials. In a low voice, he said, "I propose that the Imperial College send Fan Xian as a diplomatic envoy to Northern Qi." The officials had not expected that someone would be willing to offend both the Fan and Lin families. Countless gazes fell upon him, and only then did they realize that the speaker was Qin Heng, a counselor of the Bureau of Military Affairs. Qin Heng had a military background, so he was not afraid of the gazes of the officials. But everyone was puzzled. Even if you were a member of the Bureau of Military Affairs, there was no need to offend the Prime Minister and the Fan family. Hearing this proposal, Prime Minister Lin Ruofu's expression did not change. He was very calm. Count Sinan smiled helplessly. Because of their relationship with Fan Xian, these two old foxes naturally could not say anything. But there were naturally officials who spoke up for them. After a round of discussion in front of the hall, one of the officials said in a low voice, "I do not think this is appropriate. Young Master Fan is only 17 years old, and has not had any experience in the bureaucracy. Going on a diplomatic mission to Northern Qi is an important matter of promoting national might and forging friendship. Although young Master Fan is talented, he is not experienced enough. I fear that it would be difficult for him to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Xan Chiwu, on the other hand, is steady and appropriate. This trip to Northern Qi should be smooth." Xan Chiwu sighed in his heart. He knew that he had to take the initiative. He stepped out of the ranks and bowed. "I am willing to serve my country." Chapter 156. The Emperor, who was sitting high on the dragon throne, watched the performance of the officials below. An almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corners of his lips. He waved his hand to dismiss Xan Chiwu and said softly, "Does everyone think Xan Chiwu is more suitable?" "Yes, Your Majesty." The officials all bowed to the ground, and their voices dragged out as a sign of respect. Qin Heng, the advisor of the Bureau of Military Affairs who had suggested Fan Xian go to Northern Qi, looked at the emperor with some surprise, and quickly retracted his gaze. At this time, the officials all agreed that Fan Xian was not suitable to be an envoy, and that the emperor would probably change his mind. I, however, have a different opinion from you all. The palace immediately became quiet, and only the emperor's light voice could be heard echoing throughout the palace. They say that jade that is not polished is worthless. I am sure you all remember Fan Xian's grace in front of the palace that day. Although he is a civil official, he once had the bravery to kill an assassin on Yolan Street. How could such a talent always remain in the quiet yamen of Taichung Temple and the Imperial College? Hearing this, everyone understood that the emperor had long since made up his mind. They just didn't understand why the emperor wanted Fan Xian to go to Northern Qi. The emperor looked at the officials lightly and continued. He does not have enough experience, so he needs more experience. I think Fan Xian is suitable. Let him take care of this task. If the emperor said it could be done, then it must be done. The officials did not dare to say anything more. Only Lin Ruofu and Fan Jian had traces of worry on their faces. They would not deliberately hide this. As a father and a father, it was natural for them to have such a reaction. If they were to pretend to be elated and say that their emperor was wise, it would instead make His Majesty and the officials look down on them. Fan Jian. The emperor looked at the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue and slightly frowned. I am here. Fan Jian heard his name and was slightly shocked, and he quickly stepped forward. The emperor said quietly, I want your son to take up this task. Do you have any thoughts? Fan Jian was silent for a while, and then immediately came to his senses. He smiled and replied, I dare not have any thoughts. Do you not dare, or do you not have any? I do not dare. If you dare, what will you think? Outside the palace, the wind and snow intertwined. Inside the palace, it was as warm as spring. But because of these few words between the ruler and the minister, it became as cold as outside. The officials who were on good terms with Fan Jian couldn't help but feel anxious. Why was Count Sinan so out of control in front of the palace today? After a while, Fan Jian replied to the emperor, I have been separated from my son for 16 years. We have only been reunited for a few months, and now we have to be separated again. I cannot help but feel sorry for him. These two words echoed in the palace, but no one knew who would hear them. The emperor smiled slightly. He knew that Fan Xian was saying this for him to hear. However, this childhood friend of his did not understand the true purpose of sending Fan Xian to northern Qi. It seemed that only Chen Pingping understood him the best. It'll only be a few months. She'll leave in the middle of spring and return in early autumn. What's there to be unwilling about? The emperor did not wait for Fan Jian to speak again. He smiled and waved his hand, announcing the edict. The Minister of Revenue is old and weak, and has been recuperating for a long time. I hereby issue an edict of consolation. Fan Jian, the left Assistant Minister of Revenue, will be given the position of Minister of Revenue. The officials had no objections. Fan Jian had long covered the sky with one hand at the Ministry of Revenue, it was just that he had never been promoted. Some of the officials with a belly full of evil tricks couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, thinking that Assistant Minister Fan had just promoted Lady Lu, and now the emperor was promoting him. If the Assistant Minister had known earlier, would he have promoted Lady Lu many years ago? Of course, the officials all believed that this was His Majesty's way of making up for sending Fan Xian to northern Qi. Fan Jian knew that there was no turning back. His face calm, he went forward and kowtowed in thanks. The emperor turned to Lin Ruofu and smiled. Prime Minister, your daughter is newly married, and I am sending Fan Xian away. Do you have anything to say? Prime Minister Lin Ruofu smiled bitterly and bowed. The emperor and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Qing seemed to be on good terms, but in reality, the emperor's power was majestic, and no one dared to provoke them. He had been puzzled by Fan Jian's interest, and now that His Majesty had asked him, he did not dare to say anything. He calmly replied, Fan Xian needs to be honed. After the court meeting, the emperor seemed to be in a better mood. He rode his carriage back to the rear palace. The officials followed the straight path to the outside of the palace walls. They all congratulated Fan Jian on his appointment as Minister of Revenue. From now on, he could rightfully control all of the Qing kingdom's wealth and resources. Guiyu, the Minister of Rights, joked, Sir Fan, from now on, our salaries will be coming from you. Don't be too stingy. Fan Jian laughed and shook his head. Sir Guo likes to joke. Fan Xian had made fun of Guo Baoquan a few times, but in court, there seemed to be no ill feelings between the two of them. As they walked out, Lin Ruofu coughed lightly and stepped forward. The officials bowed to the Prime Minister. They knew that he had something to say to his in-laws, so they parted. Lin Ruofu said quietly, Sir Fan, why did His Majesty insist that Fan Xian go to northern Qi? The two of them were now in-laws, so there was less pretense. Fan Jian smiled bitterly. I truly do not know. Perhaps he really wants my son to be honed. Although he said this, he knew that the damned cripple must have done something behind the scenes. But on second thought, Fan Xian temporarily left the capital, avoiding the Crown Prince and the Second Prince's attempts to rope him in, and waiting for the Great Prince to return to the capital with his army might not be a bad choice. Lin Ruofu seemed to have thought of this at the same time, but he had a deeper suspicion. It seemed that His Majesty cared a little too much about his beloved son-in-law. Was it really just because of Qin'er? The Prime Minister shook his head and smiled at his in-laws. De Bao has been on the mountain recently. Thank you for your trouble, Sir Fan. What are you talking about? Fan Jian laughed. We are all one family. In another month, when the flowers bloom, the diplomatic mission to northern Qi will leave the capital. When the time comes, I will have Warner visit the Prime Minister's manor often. Yes. These days, De Bao has not been in the manor. Changju's manor has been quiet. Lin Ruofu sensed something and sighed. Master Fan, if you have some free time, you might as well come visit my manor. How could I dare disobey the Prime Minister's orders? Fan Jian smiled. Once again, in a secluded, deserted place, 2 carriages. Once again, the 2 schemers who had stood behind Fan Xian for over a decade were hiding in their own carriages, talking. As I said, I do not wish for him to have anything to do with the Overwatch Council. Fan Jian, who had just been promoted to Minister of Revenue, sounded cold and indifferent. In the opposite carriage, Chen Pingping let out a low chuckle. The diplomatic mission to Northern Qi has nothing to do with my shabby council. Fan Jian couldn't help but lift the curtain of the carriage. Nothing to do with you. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. Xiao An is in your hands now. If you want to kill him, kill him. Why let him fight for his reputation? You and I both know what kind of person Xiao An is. If he were to return to Northern Qi, killing him would be very difficult. You should also know how difficult it would be. I haven't forgotten. You have a portion of His Majesty's power in your hands. I believe there are people in the council who work for you as well. Chen Pingping continued to chuckle. There seemed to be something sinister in his laughter. I'm afraid His Majesty wouldn't like it if we met in private. As for Xiao An, it doesn't matter if I kill him or not. I've squeezed his marrow for 20 years. There's nothing left. And the young emperor of Northern Qi may not be as broad-minded as our master. Whether or not he dares to use the head spy of the former Wei Kingdom is another matter. As for Fan Xian's diplomatic mission to Northern Qi, it was truly the emperor's will. Master Fan, you know that if you let that child stay in the capital, he will be dragged around by the crown prince and the second prince every day. I'm afraid he will cause a lot of trouble in the future. Fan Jian fell silent. He knew this was a fatal problem. He could not allow Fan Xian to participate in the struggle for the throne. He let down the curtain of the carriage and closed his eyes as he leaned against the cushion. He still couldn't let the child he had watched over for over a decade have anything to do with the terrifying Overwatch Council. As if guessing what he was thinking, Chen Pingping said coldly, since His Majesty has agreed to this arrangement, you don't have to worry. No one saw the cold smile on Fan Jian's lips. Yan Bingyun has been captured. How will the council cooperate with him? Naturally, someone will take over. Don't send mediocre people. Chen Pingping smiled. Perhaps it's time for you to put in some effort. You must know that Dongyi sent people to the palace to assassinate the eldest princess's palace maid. Yi Zhong has always suspected the council was behind it. The news has already reached Xinyang, so it's a little inconvenient for me. Fan Jian's heart skipped a beat. Atop the Tsang Mountains, the snow was thick. White mist rose from the hot springs in the distance. The red-crowned cranes were nowhere to be seen. Fan Xian carefully read the letters his father and Wang Qinian had sent him, then rubbed them into powder and tossed them out the window. The snowy scenery outside the window was beautiful. De Bao and Fan Xizha were making a snowman, one fat and one fat, quarreling non-stop. It was only at times like this that Fan Xizha would show some of the normal behavior of a child, rather than a rotten bookkeeper. Fan Xian smiled. It was difficult to travel in these snowy days, but the Dongbo bookstore in the capital had still sent people to the mountains to deliver the accounts. That 70 shopkeeper was truly loyal to his duty. The bookstore's business was doing surprisingly well. Because of the release of Banxian's high poetry collection, several branches in the capital had also firmly established their foothold, and the branches of Dongbo bookstore in the neighboring counties had also begun to make money. Fan Xizha had checked the accounts the night before. When he saw the net income of 23,000 taels of silver, his eyes reddened. He kept trying to convince himself to quickly release the last 10 chapters of Story of the Stone. But Fan Xian wouldn't agree. Writing poetry had already caused so much trouble. If people knew that Story of the Stone was also written by him, who knew what kind of storm it would cause? The eldest princess had returned to Xinyang, but she still had influence in the court. More importantly, he didn't know whether her ally was the crown prince or the second prince that he had never met. Chapter 157. Fan Xian strolled out of the study and breathed in the fresh winter air of the Tsang Mountains. Contentedly, he stretched. Following the sounds of mahjong, he easily found where his wife and the other girls were. Looking at the green mahjong tiles on the table, under the hands of those fair and delicate women, Fan Xian's heart skipped a beat. When he saw his sister, under the light of the snow, holding the poetry anthology from the previous dynasty that the second prince had given her, Fan Xian's heart skipped a beat. Being too famous really wasn't a good thing. Pigs were afraid of being fat, and people were afraid of being fat. Fan Xian smiled bitterly. Ever since the banquet, although the crown prince and the second prince didn't seem to have any contact with him, Xian Shaoqing and Li Hongqing, Crown Prince Jing, had often visited Fan Manor. Even after he hid in the Tsang Mountains, he hadn't been able to stop them from sending gifts. On New Year's Eve, the people in the Tsang Mountains had returned to the capital. In a few short days, Li Hongqing had followed the scent and pestered Fan Xian to go to the Tsang Mountains with him. Fan Xian didn't dare to agree. In the end, he had no choice but to bring Ro Jia into the mountains. Seeing him in a daze after entering the room, the first person to notice him was Princess Ro Jia. She said crisply, "Brother Xian, do you want to play mahjong?" Hearing the words, "Brother Xian," Fan Xian thought of Brother Bao. He quickly waved his hand and smiled. "Princess, please play. I'm just going to walk around." Hearing him deliberately say that they weren't close, Princess Ro Jia pouted, but she didn't show her displeasure. She looked very pitiful and cute. Lin Wanner couldn't help but say, "Husband, why don't you play a few rounds?" "Forget it." Fan Xian waved his hand even more urgently, leaving the mahjong table. Unexpectedly, he bumped into something soft under his feet. He looked down and saw that it was a box. Inside the box was a pile of hay and rags. 3 chubby kittens were sleeping on top of it. The kittens squinted their eyes and wrinkled their noses. They looked very cute. Fan Xian was surprised. "What's going on?" Lin Wanna realized that the kittens were at his feet. Afraid of scaring them, she quickly walked away from the table and picked up the box. Naturally, they couldn't play mahjong anymore. She smiled and replied, "Mrs. Ting was afraid that we would be bored on the mountain, so she sent 3 cats over today." Fan Xian moved closer and found that the 3 kittens were yellow, black, and white. They looked very similar, but the color of their fur was very different. He couldn't help but laugh. "You girls don't even know how to feed yourselves, let alone raise cats." He reached out and took the black one from the box into his arms. Hugging it, he felt that it was like a small ball of meat in front of his chest. He gently scratched the back of the kitten's head. The kitten opened its eyes, glanced at him, and then fell asleep again, as if it did not resent his breath. "Do you have a name?" "No, let's call them Little Yellow, Little Black, and Little White first." Little White sounds good." After dinner, Fan Xian sat at the head of the table, and Fan Xijia sat next to him. The 2 brothers listened to the report from Fan Manor. At the end of the year, the Fan family's estates in the suburbs of the capital, as well as their fiefdom in Danzhou, as well as a few scattered businesses, all had to be reported to the capital. Lady Lu had always been in charge of Fan Manor in the capital. Now that she had been promoted, it was even more justifiable. But for some reason, after she finished dealing with these matters this year, she asked Mr. Cui to write a letter. She picked out a few important items and wrote them down. She then sent someone into the Tsang Mountain estate to inform the young master. Fan Xian could understand what Lady Lu meant, so he didn't deliberately do anything. Instead, he listened very carefully to the third housekeeper's report, occasionally interjecting and asking a few questions. The third housekeeper honestly finished his report. Fan Xian closed his eyes and thought for a while, then opened them and asked Xijia, who was next to him, "Is there any problem?" Fan Xijia touched the 3 pockmarks on his left cheek and shook his head. "There's no problem, big brother. But this debt has always been settled by mother. Why is it that this year, the two of us have to compete?" Fan Xian smiled. He knew that this man, who used to be a little tyrant, was very talented in certain areas, but in other areas, he was like a blank sheet of paper. The third housekeeper respectfully said, the goods from various places should have arrived before the end of the year. But this year, the snow in the north and east was heavy, so it was delayed. Other than the southern fruits that were sent up the mountain last time, there were also all kinds of dried meat and wild goods from the northern manor, as well as the flower tea from the ancestors in Danzhou. The numbers were all written in the letter. Thinking that the young master, mistress, young master, and the princess are all staying in the estate, the mistress prepared all kinds of goods and plans to send them up the mountain in 3 batches. It should be enough to last until the middle of spring. We don't need that much. Just pick something fresh and send it over. 3 batches is too much. 1 more will be enough. Fan Xian casually said, but remember to bring more of the flower tea that grandmother sent from Danzhou. He often talked to Wan and Ruoruo about life in Danzhou, and he didn't know how many times he had talked about the tea with the faint fragrance of flowers. The third housekeeper smiled and replied, "The tea has arrived today. The last 2 batches are mainly food and small items. They are mainly for the 2 young masters to stay in until the beginning of the spring examination." Fan Xian heard this very clearly. He secretly praised Lady Lu for being a good housekeeper. He didn't say anything more, and let him go and rest. The spring examination was approaching. As a 5th-level official of the Imperial College, Fan Xian had to return to the capital to take up his post. He couldn't always stay on the Tsang Mountains. After the end of the examination in April, the agreement between the 2 countries would need to be signed, and the secret prisoner exchange agreement would need to be carried out immediately. Everything seemed to pile up. Actually, from Fan Xian's point of view, the prisoner exchange should have started last year. Not to mention the torture that the captured Qing soldiers would suffer in a foreign country, there was Yan Bingyun, whom Fan Xian had never met but secretly admired. As the head of Qing spies in northern Qi, he had been imprisoned in an enemy country for half a year. Who knew how much suffering he would have to endure? It was just that the travel between the 2 countries was always complicated, and after winter, the northern border was frozen and difficult to travel through. That was why the return of the envoy had to be delayed until the end of spring. But every time he thought of Yan Bingyun suffering in a bitter cold house, Fan Xian couldn't help but feel a little less happy enjoying the winter in the Tsang Mountains. He had long known that he was the main character in this diplomatic mission to northern Qi, but he didn't oppose this duty. After all, if he could establish his own power in the Overwatch Council, it would always be good for his future. Whether it was in Danzhou or the capital, his 17 years of service had long since convinced him that he was truly a part of the kingdom of Qing. Fan Xian was willing to do things for this country, not for the court. That night, Fan Xian finished his routine training and returned to the mountain villa, feeling a little tired. He stuffed his night clothes, covered in snow and dirty water, into a bag he had prepared and tossed it to the side. During training, he would lie alone in the snow, chasing after his targets under the faint moonlight. His gaze was focused on a straight line, staring at the black rocks that had not moved for thousands of years, or the snow rabbits that were running rapidly. He felt very tired. And these days, after Wu Zhu gave him the sword that belonged to his parents, he disappeared again. So during the training process, there was no one to talk to, and no one to look at him. That feeling of loneliness and desolation was like returning to his previous life. The mountain villa was quiet. Only the master bedroom was lit by a lamp. Wan He was waiting for him to return. Fan Xian smiled faintly and walked in that direction. The sun had risen during the day, so there was a puddle of water on the bluestone floor, reflecting the moonlight. He walked around it and jumped over the railing. Suddenly, his heart jumped and he stopped. He was standing at the other end of the long corridor, in front of his sister's room. Suddenly, his ears twitched and he frowned. His eyes gradually became fierce. He turned around and pressed his palm against the door. With a little force, the tyrannical Jinqi immediately shook the wooden latch in two. Like the night wind, he floated to the side of the bed. The bed was messy, but there was no one there. Ruoro had indeed disappeared. Fan Xian calmly put his hand into the bedding and found that other than the foot warmer, the rest of the bed was cold. It seemed that Ruoro had been gone for a long time. His heart trembled slightly. Could it be that an enemy that he did not know had done this? But he still forced himself to turn around. With a clang, his left hand pulled out the slender black dagger and prepared to go into the night to find someone. Brother! Outside the door, Fan Ruoro held up a lantern. Her face was full of surprise as she looked at her brother standing on the bed with a knife in his hand. Fan Xian was startled. Seeing that she was safe and sound, he couldn't help but relax. He couldn't help but close his eyes and breathe heavily. After a moment, he asked with concern, "Where did you go? Are you all right?" Ruoro was wearing a silver fur robe, and underneath it was a single item. She looked pitiful. She looked at Fan Xian, as if she hadn't expected this. She couldn't help but be a little stunned. After a while, she forced a smile and said, "Brother, you're asking me with a knife. That's scary." Fan Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. He put the slender dagger back into his boots and walked up to her. He held her slightly thin shoulder and said, "You're the scary one. When I walked outside, I heard that it was abnormally quiet inside. I couldn't even hear you breathing. You scared me." Fan Ruoro smiled and said, "Brother, you're running outside in the middle of the night, and you say I scared you. Where did you go?" Fan Xian continued to ask curiously. Fan Ruoro blushed and lowered her head shyly. "There are some things that you shouldn't ask so clearly." Fan Xian was startled for a moment, then understood. He smiled bitterly. "It's not like there's no toilet in the room. The night wind in the mountains is very cold. Don't catch a cold." "I know." Fan Ruoro smiled shyly and pushed him out the door. "Your wife is still waiting for you." Outside the room, Fan Xian gently rubbed his cold fingers. The temperature of his sister's bedding showed that she had been out for a while. It was definitely not during the night. She must have gotten up and gone somewhere after he left the mountain villa. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a big question in his heart. But he forced it down and didn't ask any more questions. In this world, everyone has their own secrets. We need to respect them. Back in the capital, when they were in Danzhou, Fan Xian had taught his sister this. As her brother, he needed to set an example. Chapter 158. People were proud of themselves in the spring breeze, and the horses were anxious. Fan Xian, who had rested in the Tsang Mountains for an entire winter, finally led his family out of the mountains. There were 6 carriages lined up, and they had only brought a portion of their belongings. This time, they didn't see Guobaoquan or any of the other noblemen, nor did they have anything to worry about. It was only the early spring breeze that made the girls feel intoxicated. Fan Xian was in high spirits. Spending the winter in the Tsang Mountains was a rare opportunity for him to rest after entering the capital. Whether it was in martial arts or in spirit, he had made great progress. Looking around, he saw that the foot of the Tsang Mountains was covered in a patch of green. Faint green branches grew from the winter trees, and it seemed to dye the sky of the capital with a lot of vitality. The sky was light, and in the distance, a black cloud could be seen. Strangely enough, the black cloud was very thin. Behind it, one could see the gray-blue sky, and above it were wisps of white clouds. But it still gave people the feeling that it was very dark and heavy. Amidst the sound of hooves, the carriage turned a corner and left the Tsang Mountains. The sun in the sky suddenly brightened, and the clouds glowed. It was a very shocking sight. Fan Xian withdrew his bored gaze from the sky and smiled at his wife. "Staying in the mountains for so long, I'm afraid you've been stifled." Lin Wanner looked at him curiously. "What have you been stifled about?" Fan Xian was a little surprised. "Although the mountains are good, seeing only snow and trees makes me feel a little tired." "Wanner, don't you miss the bustling life in the capital?" Lin Wanner smiled, and a faint sadness appeared on her white face. "In the capital, if it's not in the palace, then it's in another courtyard. You know that I haven't lived in the Prime Minister's manor for long, and I haven't had many opportunities to go out. Although life in the mountains is monotonous, it's still more comfortable than living in those high walls." She looked at her husband's expression of concern, and her heart warmed. She giggled. "And you've always been in the mountains?" After saying this, Fan Xian didn't feel anything, but she was the first to blush and turn her face away. Fan Xian laughed, and then immediately thought of that matter. He warmly said, "When the matters of the spring examinations are over, the court will probably send me to northern Qi." It was quiet in the carriage. Only the sound of hooves and the snorting of the horses could be heard, and the sound of the wheels on the mountain road could be heard. After a while, Lin Wanner smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm here in the capital." Fan Xian thought for a moment. "I think I'll take Wang Qinian with me. If there's anything you need to do, ask father's opinion first. If teacher Fei Jia is still in the capital, you can ask him for help." After the students around him had coldly backed away, he smiled and said, "Everyone, I am still young, and I do not deserve to be called an educator. So please do not bring this matter up again, lest I embarrass myself." Seeing that his words were humorous and that this 17-year-old man who was already a 5th-ranked official in the imperial court did not seem to be the kind of person who would look down on others with disdain, the feeling of estrangement between the students gradually disappeared. Someone boldly joked, "Master Fan, when you first entered the capital, you once commented on the strength of character at Isher Tavern. Now you are in the mood to fan yourself." Fan Xian laughed and replied, "What does that mean?" "It means that I have always liked to fool around, and that nothing I say can be accurate." The court had long since decided who would be the chief examiner for this competition, as well as who would be promoted. Fan Xian was 17 years old, and a 5th-level official position was already somewhat shocking, but it was still far from enough for him to take on such an important role. But his reputation for poetry had already spread far and wide. Although he had vowed never to write poetry again, it seemed that not many people took him seriously. The scholars always wanted to get something out of him, but if they could get Fan Xian's praise, it would be a pleasant surprise. The Donpo bookstores, Banxian's high poetry collection, had long been sold throughout the country, so the scholars who had come from all over the country could not help but be curious about this young man whose name had shaken the capital. Some of the more impetuous ones actually managed to find the location of Fan Manor with their mouths. But looking at the front door and the stone lions, they realized that Fan Xian was not just a talented scholar, he was actually the son of a rich and powerful family. With such a strict social hierarchy, these scholars did not dare to rashly knock on the door to pay a visit, so they could only resentfully leave. Fan Xian had only been at the Imperial College for a few days, but he had followed his superiors around to see how the scholars had fared after entering the capital. He discovered that some of the children of poor families had indeed suffered greatly after entering the capital. Although the court had long since issued an edict that all of the major bookstores in the suburbs of the capital were open to the public, and some of the temples provided temporary accommodation, living in the capital was not easy. There were still some people who were so poor that they could barely afford to eat. Thinking of the story Wu Zhu had told him in Danzhou, Fan Xian's heart stirred. He took some silver from the bookstore's account and asked the shopkeepers of Qingyu Hall to help him settle the poor scholars' lives. Since it was not an act of kindness, of course he would not let the scholars know that he was the one paying. But when he returned home, he complained to his father, who had just been promoted to Minister of Revenue. Minister Fan found that his son was now concerned about these things, and he could not help but be a little surprised. Apart from a trace of gratification, he was more relieved that Fan Xian seemed to be content with his official career. On the 7th day of the second month, 2 days before the exams, Fan Xian stole half a day of leisure and snuck out of the Imperial College. He really could not stand those students who did not study the scriptures seriously and instead brought him poems every day. Some of those students were old enough to be his father, and it was really quite awkward. Walking outside the palace walls, Fan Xian felt very relaxed as he looked at the clear water in the imperial gutter. To tell the truth, there were not many people in the capital who knew what he looked like, so walking on the streets was very comfortable. Especially as he walked under the red palace walls, Fan Xian squinted at the high walls and looked at the solemn-looking guards in the distance. Even his calm temperament could not help but feel a little proud. I have sneaked in before, so what? At the corner of the palace walls was a watchtower of the Imperial Guards, responsible for looking into the distance. It was from there that Yan Xiaoyi had shot Fan Xian down from across the palace walls with a startling arrow. Fan Xian retracted his gaze and shook his head. Yan Xiaoyi had now been transferred to the governor of the north. If he wanted to go to northern Qi, he would have to pass through his jurisdiction. He hoped that Yan Xiaoyi did not know that he was the assassin that night. Not long after circling the palace walls, Fan Xian entered Tianhe River. The water was still gentle, and the golden characters in front of the Overwatch Council glowed faintly. Fan Xian acted as if he did not see those characters, and calmly walked past, not even glancing at them out of the corner of his eye. I say, Master Fan, it is so difficult for me to even see you now. It seems that you have become very popular in the capital. Fan Xian smiled bitterly and turned his head to see Crown Prince Jing on horseback, looking at him with a smile. He cupped his hands and said, Greetings, Crown Prince. I just wanted some peace and quiet. How could I have known that I would run into Crown Prince? It was not a coincidence. Li Hongqing waved the horsewhip in his hand and smiled. I chased you all the way from the Imperial College. Fan Xian was a little surprised, but his clear eyes immediately became calm again. He replied, What is it, Crown Prince? The Crown Prince smiled. Someone has invited me today. Who? Fan Xian's intuition told him that there was something wrong with today's banquet. The second prince, Li Hongqing said with a smile. Fan Xian shook his head helplessly. The second prince had never summoned him, but now that he had spoken, there was no way he could avoid it. Chapter 159. This was a private banquet, and the location was still arranged on a pleasure boat on Lujing River. However, this pleasure boat was exceptionally elegant, and did not have the exaggerated feeling of the red sleeves on the other side of the river. At this time, there was no rain or clouds on the river. The water was calm, and under the light breeze, the water rippled gently. Compared to the melodious sounds that could be faintly heard in the distance, the pleasure boat arranged by the second prince seemed to have an otherworldly feeling, like a lonely boat on the sea. Fan Xian and Crown Prince Jing, Li Hongqing, chatted and laughed all the way to the riverside. A guard pulled the horse, and the two of them extended a hand to each other, and then they boarded the pleasure boat. Fan Xian wore a smile on his face, but he sighed in the depths of his heart. This prince seemed to be an elegant person, but he did not know why he was not content to be a prince, and insisted on stirring up so much trouble in the kingdom of Qing. On the slightly wet wooden planks, Fan Xian's feet were about to step onto the side of the boat. Suddenly, the sound of strings being plucked came from the boat. There was no murderous intent, only a sense of purity and sincerity. The song gradually began. Leaving the green waters and green mountains, I came early to a bamboo fence and a thatched cottage. Wildflowers bloomed by the roadside, and wine was squeezed from the village trough, and we ate until we were thirsty. Drunk mountain children did not advise us, and yellow flowers stuck in our white hair. A smile appeared on the corners of Fan Xian's lips, and he walked in side by side with Li Hongqing. Listening to this song, he became more and more curious about what kind of person this second prince was. The bead curtain was lifted, and a young man dressed in green silk was sitting on a chair in a very strange posture. His head was slightly tilted, and his eyes were slightly closed. There was a very satisfied expression on his face, and he was listening to the singing girl in the corner. Without asking, this young man was the second prince, born to the current emperor of Qing and Lady Shu. The second prince's sitting posture was indeed very peculiar. He was actually half squatting on the chair, looking very much like a farmer resting in the fields. His green silk robe covered his legs, but what was even more peculiar was that looking at his intoxicated expression, his delicate facial features, and his whole body exuded a kind of elegant and peaceful feeling. It was as if he had long been tired of everything around him, and the past of the world was just a memory. When Fan Xian saw the second prince, his first thought was, "This man feels so familiar." His second thought was that this person was very tired, and his heart was very tired. His third thought was that this person's mind was very heavy. He believed in his ability to read people, but the situation was a bit awkward. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Crown Prince Li Hongqing had already quietly picked a chair and sat down. He stood in the middle, looking at the second prince, not knowing how to greet him. The other party seemed to be so engrossed in listening to the music that he forgot that he was a guest. Of course, with his identity, it was only natural for him to wait for a while. The song finally came to an end. The female singer held her zither horizontally, bowed slowly to each of the three people in the hall, and silently retreated into the back room. The second prince, who was squatting on the chair, seemed to be still immersed in the sound of the zither. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. His eyes were still closed, and his right hand, suspended in the air, slowly moved to the side. He touched the plate of grapes on the table. 2 fingers pinched the grape stem and picked up a bunch. He raised it high in the air like a child. He raised his head, opened his lips, and closed his teeth. Slowly, he bit off a verdant grape. He chewed twice and swallowed. His throat moved beautifully. It seemed that even eating grapes was a very enjoyable thing. Fan Xian was not in a hurry. He looked at the prince with a slight smile. His eyes were calm, but he didn't let go of any of the other's small movements. He was trying to see what kind of person he was. A moment later, the second prince sighed and placed the grape in his hand back onto the plate. Only then did he slowly open his eyes. He seemed to have just realized that the guest he had invited had arrived on the boat. A strange smile involuntarily flashed through his eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and a somewhat bashful smile blossomed. Fan Xian's heart jumped. That familiar feeling grew stronger and stronger. The second prince looked calmly at Fan Xian standing in front of him. He suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Since you've come, why don't you sit?" Crown Prince Li Hongqing sat to the side, smiling and drinking tea. He didn't say anything to help Fan Xian. Fan Xian returned a warm smile and bowed to the second prince. "Your Highness, if I don't bow, I wouldn't dare to sit." The second prince looked at Fan Xian with a slight smile. "I didn't welcome you, so you don't have to bow to me." Fan Xian smiled. "Your Highness doesn't need to welcome me. I have to bow to your Highness." The second prince smiled and shook his head. He wiped his right hand, which was stained with grape juice, carelessly on his green silk robe. "On this boat, there are only me and my brother Hongqing, as well as your brother-in-law. There aren't any princes or officials." Fan Xian chuckled and cupped his hands in salute. He didn't say anything more. He sat down in the chair across from Crown Prince Li Hongqing. Since the second prince liked to play the role of a famous scholar, although he wasn't good at it, he could still sit in a sedan chair. In reality, the conversation between the two of them didn't have any deep meaning. But Fan Xian still felt that it was very strange. Because the second prince spoke very slowly, and every time he opened his mouth, it was always half a beat slower than the average person. So when they spoke, it always felt as if the other person spoke suddenly. And what Fan Xian found even more interesting was that the more he looked at the second prince, the more familiar he felt. But he didn't know where this feeling of familiarity came from. He was very sure that it wasn't because of I paid for this pleasure boat. What do you think?" The second prince seemed eager to know how Fan Xian felt about this pleasure boat. Fan Xian smiled bitterly. He then looked around at the decorations of the boat. He found that whether it was the layout, the green pots in the corners, or the paintings hanging diagonally, this pleasure boat didn't seem like a pleasure boat. It seemed more like a study. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile. "Your Highness, this pleasure boat is very quiet. It doesn't fit with the word flower." The second prince smiled lightly and raised his head to look at him. "Quiet is good." Fan Xian suddenly felt that this kind of conversation was a bit boring and difficult. He was just about to turn his gaze to Li Hongqing, whom he was familiar with, for help when he heard Crown Prince Jing's words ring out. "I say, can you two not talk so tiredly?" Li Hongqing smiled and interrupted. The second prince chuckled and said to Fan Xian, "Do you see? Don't think that us royal children are boring people. Besides, you are already married to Wan. We are family. In the future, you should see each other more often." Li Hongqing laughed before Fan Xian could. "Our manner is one thing, but you are the second prince. You will be in danger if you go out." All three of them knew that he was talking about Fan Xian's attempt on Nyolan Street by a northern Qi assassin on his way to the second prince's banquet a few months ago. The three of them looked at each other. Thinking of all the things that had happened a few months ago, they couldn't help but feel a strange feeling. They all laughed at the same time. Once the laughter stopped, that matter was probably over. Fan Xian smiled bitterly. Although the second prince didn't hold a banquet at Hongmen, to have a meal and have to take such great risks is indeed scary. Hearing the words banquet at Hongmen, the second prince and Li Hongqing couldn't help but be slightly startled. They hid it well on their faces. Naturally, they had never heard of this story. But because of their noble statuses, they couldn't ask. The second prince smiled slightly. "Don't call me Your Highness. You can call me second brother like Wan. Fan Xian's expression didn't change, but he felt that it was troublesome. If they were to get too close to each other, there seemed to be some problems. As if guessing what he was worried about, the second prince dropped his hands in front of his knees. Still half crouching, he smiled. You don't need to be too cautious. Wan is the treasure of the palace. You must remember that you now have an older brother who is still playing on horseback in the west. I, the second brother, am still hiding in Hanlon Academy editing books. As for the third brother of the crown prince, you must get closer to him. Does having more relatives bother you so much? Fan Xian smiled. These royal relatives were, of course, the source of great trouble. He replied, This is my good fortune. But it does feel a bit rude not to call you Your Highness. The second prince smiled bitterly. Go home and ask Wan how she calls me. After exchanging greetings, the banquet began. The table was filled with seasonal vegetables and exquisite side dishes. Fan Xian ate happily. He had long since drawn up a plan, so after familiarizing himself, he relaxed his mind. At the banquet, the three of them chatted casually about the past of the people in the capital and the works of the predecessors. The second prince was indeed deeply influenced by Lady Shu. He was well versed in the ways of literature, and he and Fan Xian got along quite well. Li Hongqing, on the other hand, talked about the wonderful stories of women and cosmetics, and couldn't help but mention Count Sinan's glorious military exploits. Once men started talking, although the second prince and Fan Xian found it inconvenient to speak, the atmosphere became lively. Fan Xian, on the other hand, kept a low profile. He only talked about the stories of Danzhou and what he had seen along the way. After the banquet, the second prince and Fan Xian both smiled and said their goodbyes. The second prince didn't send them off. He continued to crouch in his chair. For a long time, he actually maintained this position without moving. He watched Fan Xian and Li Hongqing's figures disappear from the door of the pleasure boat. Only then did he quietly sigh. Your Highness, what do you think of Sir Fan Jr.? Asked the disciple of the second prince's relative respectfully. The second prince smiled slightly. This brother-in-law is too cautious. He doesn't have any of the arrogance and wildness that the people of Qing have nurtured in their bones for decades. To tell the truth, I really wonder if the young Fan who went crazy with poetry at the banquet is the same person I met today. Having said this, he habitually lowered his head and stretched his hand to the side to touch the bunch of green grapes. The disciple immediately knew that the second prince was thinking about some extremely important matters of state. Not daring to disturb him, he quickly and quietly left through the door. After a long time, the second prince slowly raised his head. His eyes were filled with confusion. In reality, he wasn't thinking about any important matters of state. He was just thinking about that feast at Hongmen that Fan Xian had mentioned at the beginning. He had read the classics with his mother when he was young, but he still couldn't remember what this feast at Hongmen was. My brother-in-law is indeed very knowledgeable. It looks like I'll have to go back and do some research. The second prince bit down on the green grapes in his mouth. The juice was incredibly sweet and sour. Note 1, Yuan Chu Lu Ji was intoxicated by the east wind. Living in leisure. I am slowly recovering my spirit in leisure. Chapter 160. Fan Xian sat on his horse, his buttocks uncomfortable from the kick. He smiled as he thought about the second prince, and the sense of familiarity still lingered in his heart. Of course, he knew that this was the first time they had met. As for the matter of the palace treasury, there was no need to bring it up. It was just a meeting. He plucked the tender willow branch in front of him and asked Li Hongqing, "Did the second prince want to see me today?" Li Hongqing smiled. He is your admirer. Coincidentally, you married Princess Qin, so he used the excuse of seeing my brother-in-law to see what the immortal poet was like. Fan Xian was startled. He had not expected this to be the reason. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. After a while, he sighed. Why does the second prince look so familiar to me? Li Hongqing had known him for many months. He knew that Fan Xian was tough to the bone and gentle on the surface, but other than the occasional crazy outbursts, he managed to maintain a calm appearance. Seeing that Fan Xian was a little absent-minded, Li Hongqing couldn't help but mutter, "You haven't met him before." Fan Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although the second prince was handsome, he was not Sister Lin. Fan Xian did not have a good taste for romance. Why was he so obsessed with him? He couldn't help but smile shyly. Li Hongqing was looking at him curiously. When he saw Fan Xian smile, he suddenly froze. He stared blankly for a long time before murmuring, "I know why you find the second prince familiar." Fan Xian's eyes widened. "Why?" he asked curiously. Li Hongqing made a vomiting face. "Because you two sometimes like to smile shyly like girls." Fan Xian was surprised. He quickly wiped the smile from his lips. "That's it." Li Hongqing looked at Fan Xian's beautiful face and suddenly felt a wave of disgust. He said, "The temperament on your bodies is also similar. You are indeed very feminine." "Nonsense." Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but then he thought of something. Perhaps, the second prince was very similar to him in some ways. He shook his head and chased away the shocking question that had been plaguing his mind. He smiled again and made another attempt to discuss the crown prince. Then he waved his whip and urged the horse to gallop toward the capital. As he rode along the river, the horse galloped at high speed. The spring wind blew against his face, and so did the verdant willows on the riverbank. Fan Xian was too lazy to avoid them, and so he directed his tyrannical zhenqi to his face, using it all as a shameless act. He shook off the willows and rode happily. Not long after, he had shaken off the air and the guard. The horse was a little tired and gradually slowed down. Sitting on the horse, Fan Xian unconsciously turned his head to look at the water. He saw that he had already made a detour and had come to a place where there were many pleasure boats. In the distance, there was a pleasure boat that was already covered in dust. It leaned against the shore in a desolate manner. Compared to the beautiful patrons on the river and the prostitutes' boats, it looked even more miserable. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He guessed that it must be Si Ling's pleasure boat. This pleasure boat had once carried the most popular woman in the capital, and it was the most popular place in the capital. Now it had become like this. Seeing the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but think of Si Lily, who was still languishing in the prison of the Overwatch Council. After the spring examinations, the Qing court would release Si Lily back to northern Qi. Coincidentally, he was also the organizer of this event. He didn't know what it would be like when they met again. Back when he was in prison, he had used drugs, words, and psychological attacks to trick the woman into revealing that the mastermind behind his assassination attempt was Wu Bowen. He had promised to let her go and had even sworn an extremely vicious oath. Originally, Fan Xian had not planned to admit to anything. He hadn't expected things to turn out like this. The corners of his mouth opened slightly, and just as Li Hongqing had said, he smiled warmly. He thought that this was a promise he had made. Behind him came the hurried sound of hooves. Li Hongqing had also shaken off the guards and followed them alone. The two horses stopped at the same time by the water's edge. They quietly watched the peaceful and magnificent scenery on the lake, occasionally glancing at the place of decay. After a while, Li Hongqing said quietly, "The night you beat up Guo Baoquan, you drank with me on that pleasure boat." Fan Xian smiled and said, "We even spent a night on that pleasure boat." "What?" Li Hongqing looked at him. "Don't tell me you're feeling tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex again. Your status now is different from mine. Not to mention Sea Lily, who is still in prison, there are many lovely people on the water. If you were as happy as I am every night, I'm afraid the palace would send palace guards to beat you up the next day." Fan Xian smiled bitterly. "I don't have such thoughts. I just felt something when I looked at that pleasure boat. Wu Boan is not one of your father-in-law's people." Li Hongqing thought he didn't know these secrets, so he reminded him in a quiet voice. "I know. They are the eldest princess's people," Fan Xian replied quietly. "But since the eldest princess is no longer in the capital, I can't be bothered to think about these questions. Don't forget, the eldest princess is on good terms with the Empress. She is most favored by the Empress Dowager, and, all these years, the Crown Prince has always trusted her." Li Hongqing looked at him quietly, as if he wanted to use these words to express something. Fan Xian smiled. "Just say what you want to say. The second prince and I have just met, and there are some things that are not convenient to say. Since I've shaken off the guards, I want to speak with you in private." The two horses slowly walked forward, their heads occasionally rubbing against each other to show their affection. Li Hongqing pulled out the green willow branch in front of him and said quietly, "After you return from northern Qi, you will probably be in charge of the palace treasury. Whether it is the Eastern Palace or the second prince, they all need you. I think you understand this." Fan Xian smiled and didn't say anything, listening to him continue. "Although the Eastern Palace is showing goodwill to you now, that is because the eldest princess has left the capital. Although I don't know why the eldest princess hates you so much, I know that in the eyes of the Eastern Palace, 1,000 of you are not worth a single word from the eldest princess. So you cannot trust the Eastern Palace." Li Hongqing said very seriously, "Our families have been friends for generations. You and I can be considered friends, so I want to remind you that if it really comes down to it, whether for public or private reasons, I hope you will lean to that side." He pointed at a lone mountain on the other side of the river. The back of the mountain was cut off by a forest, forming the character, too. What a coincidence. Fan Xian followed the direction of his finger and smiled bitterly as he shook his head. "Lining up is a very stupid thing to do. Hongqing, I advise you not to line up too early. It's not a coincidence. That is the second prince's courtyard." Li Hongqing smiled. "What you say is very similar to what my father said. But there are always many things to do in this world." Fan Xian shook his head in disagreement. "After seeing the second prince today, I feel very strange. He is like a crystal. Why is he not willing to be like King Jing and be a peaceful prince?" When Li Hongqing heard him mention his father, his eyes gradually grew cold. The warm smile of the past, like the spring breeze, also disappeared. He said lightly, "There are no private matters in the emperor's family. There are many things that you cannot hide from even if you want to. You should remember how the previous emperor, who was my grandfather, ascended to the throne. 2 princes were assassinated on the same day. Back then, there was a storm of blood in Jingdou. If you could go back in time, wouldn't you also ask them why they wouldn't let you go?" Fan Xian felt a chill in his heart. He forced a smile to hide his emotions. Back then, the country had just been founded, and it was not the same as the current peaceful scene. If the second prince had been willing to let you go, the Eastern Palace would not have done anything. Look at King Jing growing flowers and grass in his manor every day. Isn't he also very happy? The second prince can see that he really likes literature. Why can't he learn from your father? You've seen the emperor, and you've seen the eldest princess. My father is ranked second, but look at his appearance. He is already an old man. Li Hongqing said with a smile that was not quite a smile. Would giving way really have a good result? My father always has a grievance in his heart. Although I don't know the reason, I think it must be because of the emperor's family. In reality, Crown Prince Jing had guessed the real reason why King Jing was now a gardener. Fan Xian frowned. But you shouldn't have followed the second prince so closely. No matter how you look at it, he is the most unlikely person. In reality, given his friendship with Li Hongqing, these words were already too direct. After Li Hongqing heard this, he was slightly startled. Then a smile rose to his face. He knew that Fan Xian truly considered him a friend. In a quiet voice, he was moved. If parents bring some desserts and place them in front of the children, we must first indicate that we want to eat them. Then, when the parents distribute the food, they will first think of you. Fan Xian smiled. The second prince has always been expressing his attitude. Correct. Li Hongqing's gaze left Fan Xian's face. Across the small mountain on the other side of the Lujing River, he looked at the faintly visible Tsang mountain range in the distant sky. In a quiet voice, he said, the previous emperor was lucky because he only had 2 sons. The emperor is also lucky because he only has 3 sons. But when the great prince returns, who knows what problems will arise. So the second prince must be the first to express his attitude and fight for all the power he can. I still don't understand why you chose him. The reason is simple. Li Hongqing smiled. I find him more pleasing to the eye. Fan Xian raised his eyebrows. He knew that the truth of these words could be counted as 3 out of 7. He could not completely believe it. But his eyes looked at the warm smile on Crown Prince Jing's face, and his face showed no expression. He was not a noble man who wished to be good to himself. He knew that there were many things in this world that he could not avoid, so from the beginning, he had never thought of hiding. A man in this world should be happy. Of course, in this process, there might be more to it. Before entering the city, Li Hongqing very naturally said that he wanted to go sit in a certain restaurant. Fan Xian was too lazy to accompany him, so he raised his hand to bid farewell. As he said goodbye, the crown prince, who loved to play with women, said with a faint smile, "Today, the second prince wants to see you first because after the examination, you probably won't be able to escape the crown prince's invitation." Fan Xian shivered slightly. He heard a hint of information in the crown prince's words. Although he did not have the qualifications to mark the examination papers, he would certainly be watching over the Imperial College and the Board of Rights. Chapter 161. That night, Fan Xian returned to his courtyard. He talked with Wan about his meeting with the second prince during the day, and then, as he had expected, another guest arrived. It was Xian Chiwu, who was close to the crown prince's palace. He sat down and drank tea. Looking at the names on the slip of paper in his hand, Fan Xian smiled. He knew what the crown prince wanted, but he didn't know why he had come to him. "Why are you showing me this?" Fan Xian held the slip of paper in his hand and shook his head with a wry smile. "Sir, I can't interfere with the imperial examinations." A few months ago, during the negotiations with Northern Qi, these two had been the head envoy and the deputy envoy. They worked very well together, and there was not much conflict in their personalities. Plus, the two of them had gotten drunk together a few days ago, so they were naturally more familiar with each other now. Xian Chiwu picked up his teacup and took a sip. "You should know what these names are." Of course, Fan Xian knew. The day after tomorrow was the day of the imperial examinations. At this critical juncture, all the manors were secretly communicating with each other like wives and grooms. The back door sills were almost broken from the trampling. It was said that even the head of the Board of Rites, Guiyu, was annoyed. He didn't want to offend too many nobles, so he asked for an imperial edict and hid in the palace. The other 4 examiners and supervisors had already treated the Imperial College as their own manors, and didn't dare return to their manors. But with the power of the Eastern Palace, if the Crown Prince wanted to promote some of his own young talents in the imperial examinations, he should have a way. Everyone knew that Guiyu was a staunch supporter of the Eastern Palace. If he just sent a word, there shouldn't be any problems. Why did he come looking for Fan Xian? As if sensing his confusion, Xian Chiwu smiled and shook his head. Sir Fan, you are talented, and everyone admires you. But it seems that you don't understand many of the rules in the capital. The imperial examination rules of this dynasty are all based on the previous dynasty's rules, and there aren't many changes. In order to prevent cheating, the examinees' papers have to be copied again to prevent their handwriting from being recognized. The most important step, however, is the step of covering their names. Xian Chiwu continued, the 6 names on the paper are all people I've met personally. He smiled. They are all talented people. Fan Xian had always thought of himself as a very calm person. But after Xian Chiwu left, he sat quietly in the study and looked at the note in his hand. He was still somewhat angry. The day after tomorrow was the day of the general examinations, and it was only today that he found out that, in addition to being the CEO, the teacher, and the supervisor, he also played a very troublesome and important role among the examiners. In their previous conversation, Xian Chiwu had told him that the court had already issued an edict ordering Fan Xian, a 5th-level official of the Imperial College, to be the clerk of the examination. The clerk of the examination was a rather strange position, but it was actually an official who was fully responsible for the order of the examination. He held considerable power in his hands. More importantly, after the examination papers were sealed, and before the officials of the Board of Rites and the Imperial College began to copy the papers again, the clerk of the examination was in charge of the sealing of the names. Anyone who wanted to play tricks in this examination would first have to deal with the blanking of their names. Even if the students behind them had bribed the officials of the Board of Rites, or even the examiners, if they did not tamper with the blanking of the names, the examiners would not be able to do anything. After so many years of the examination, the officials of the Kingdom of Qing had long become proficient in these fraudulent transactions. The distribution of power among the various factions had also become somewhat predictable. But because it was the famous Fan Xian who had inexplicably taken the position of clerk of the examination, the various factions in the court could not help but feel uncertain. No one knew what this young immortal fan of poetry would do. That was why the Crown Prince had unhesitatingly asked Xian Chiwu to come to Fan Manor first. He believed that Fan Xian would not go against his wishes. And these days, the Crown Prince believed that the Eastern Palace had given Fan Xian enough rewards. It was time for Fan Xian to show his attitude. Fan Xian looked at the 6 names on the paper again and smiled. He crushed the paper into powder and slowly walked back to his bedroom. He felt a sense of gratitude towards the second prince. If the second prince had done the same thing, he would have been caught in the middle. It would have been very difficult to deal with. But he had still somewhat underestimated the complexity of the matter. Lin Wanner sat at the table and smiled at him. She then gently knocked on the table. The white paper next to her finger looked chillingly clean. Fan Xian sighed and slapped his forehead. Don't tell me it's a person's name written on it. Lin Wanner giggled and stood up from the stool. She walked to his side and held his arm. You are indeed a smart man, my husband. Fan Xian smiled bitterly. I had thought that before going to northern Qi, we could rest and recuperate in the capital. Who knew? He finally couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Who made me a mediator? My father, your father. Lin Warner looked at him bitterly. Although this position is not as important as a promotion, it is a very important position. According to the tradition of previous years, after the examination, the students will enter the court as officials. In the future, when they see you, they will have to call you teacher. It is a very important position. Fan Xian said unhappily, aren't our two not-so-close fathers a bit too enthusiastic? I'm only 17. In the future, when I go to court, will I have a group of pedantic middle-aged Hanlon scholars bow to me? Lin Warner's worry was swept away. She laughed. Right now, your reputation in the capital is too great. This time, someone even recommended you to be a teacher. If it weren't for the fact that you were rejected by the palace because you were too young, you could have been the youngest examiner in hundreds of years. Fan Xian said, it's not a good thing. Now I regret that drunken fit in the palace. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. He carefully looked at the paper his wife handed him and found that some of the names on it were familiar. They were all famous scholars in the capital. Some of them he had interacted with before, and they were indeed talented. Seeing this, Fan Xian felt a bit more at ease. Since I am the clerk of the examination, why did they come to the manor so brazenly? Fan Xian sighed and said, this slip of paper is the evidence of their fraud. To send it to my hands, they are a bit too daring. It's the old rules. Lin Warner had lived in the palace for a long time, so she naturally knew these things. She explained, in the past, although the clerk of the examination was important, the position was too low, so no one paid much attention to it. In any case, if someone in the palace wanted to cultivate a few trusted aides, the clerk could only pretend he didn't see it. But this year, it is my husband's turn to take this position. Those people are afraid of your methods and background, but they don't understand your temperament. That's why they came to greet you in advance as a sign of politeness and respect. Of course, those officials who think they can't curry favor with you will follow the old rules and go to the examiner's door. They won't dare to harass you. If that's the case, then all I have to do is follow the old rules. Fan Xian frowned slightly. He really hadn't thought that the Qin Kingdom's bureaucracy had fallen to such an extent. When he thought of the students who toiled away their days in foreign institutions, he couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. Do what you want. Lin Warner was no ordinary person. She said quietly, even if you don't give face to any of these people, who would dare to do anything to you? Fan Xian smiled bitterly. She was a princess, so of course she wasn't afraid of anyone. Although he had a powerful background, her brother, the crown prince, wanted to see how he would react. He turned to ask, who sent these names? There were only 3 pieces of paper, not as many as he thought. Lin Warner smiled shyly. Actually, it's all because of me. Fan Xian was surprised. What do you mean? Lin Warner replied, I went to the palace today and sat in Lady Ning's palace. You know that when I was a child, I always played by her side. This is one of them. She continued to frown. As for the other 2 pieces of paper, one was sent by Mr. Yuan by my father, and the other was sent by Sir Qin of the Bureau of Military Affairs. Fan Xian shook his head. Lady Ning represented the great prince, who was still far away in the west. Since the Prime Minister had sent him to the position of Vice Minister, there was no reason for him not to make use of his son-in-law. But as for Sir Qin of the Bureau of Military Affairs, although Fan Xian had never met him, he knew that he was a veteran of 3 dynasties, and a powerful figure in the military. Why would he meddle in the civil examinations instead of training a few generals? Forget it. It's a small matter. Since the whole country is full of crows, I won't pretend to be a red-crowned crane, Fan Xian said lightly. He destroyed all of the notes. Gently holding his wife's shoulders, they walked toward the front of the manor. On the 9th day of the 2nd month, the day of the examination, the scholars of the kingdom of Qin would sell everything they had learned in the past 10 years to the emperor's family. Whether the emperor would buy it or not depended on these examinations. The scholars in long gowns were like swimming fish, fearfully or excitedly heading towards the examination venue, the examination hall of the second branch of the Ministry of Rites. It looked as if they were desperately trying to squeeze into a narrow fish basket. Fan Xian had already met with Minister Guo, the 2 teachers, and the 2 supervisors the night before. The officials nervously arranged all the necessary procedures, and the next day they went about their duties. An armchair was placed next to the main door, and beside it were yamen runners and officials from the Overwatch Council. Fan Xian sat calmly in the armchair in the middle of the crowd, coldly watching the students walk past him. Students walked in front of him. No matter young or old, they all bowed respectfully. Those who knew Fan Xian respected his reputation. Those who didn't know Fan Xian respected his position. At the door, Fan Xian's ruthless officials had already pulled back the cloth curtains and begun to search the students one by one, strictly preventing them from bringing in prohibited items. Fan Xian took a sip of tea and looked at these students carrying bedding and toilet bowls to eat. They looked like poor village workers, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Suddenly, he saw a student preparing to enter the courtyard after being searched. He rolled his eyes and shouted, "Wait!" Chapter 162. Outside the courtyard, there was a sudden silence. Countless fearful gazes turned toward Sir Fan, unsure of what the student's problem was. Fan Xian looked at the student carrying the tattered bedding and suddenly asked, "Have you checked?" An official from the Ministry of Rites and an official from the Overwatch Council reported at the same time, "We have. There is nothing strange." The student raised his head and puffed out his chest as he looked at the young Sir Fan. His expression was calm, without a trace of panic. Fan Xian frowned slightly and asked again, "Did you check after taking off your clothes?" "Yes, sir." The official next to him saw that more and more people were gathering at the entrance to the courtyard, and couldn't help but feel anxious. In another hour, the imperial edict from the palace would arrive. At this speed, it would be difficult to let all the scholars in. At that moment, Fan Xian suddenly stood up from his chair and walked to the side of the calm-looking student. He looked him up and down and suddenly laughed. He leaned close to his ear and said, "There is something wrong with your clothes." He spoke very quietly, so only the student heard him. In the cold weather of early February, the student's forehead was beaded with sweat. The student's name was Yang Wanli. He had no idea how Sir Fan, famous for his poetry, had discovered his secret. Under Fan Xian's quiet gaze, he couldn't help but feel like he was about to collapse. Fan Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Go in. If you reveal it now, your 10 years of effort will have been wasted. But remember, during these 2 days in the examination hall, don't let me find out that you have used your clothes." Yang Wanli was pleasantly surprised, but it was difficult to suppress the lingering fear. With a sullen face, he said, "Thank you, sir, for your help." Afraid that this young, eagle-eyed scholar would change his mind again, he shouldered the tattered bedding, covered his face, and rushed into the examination hall. He had made up his mind that during these 2 days, he absolutely could not take off his clothes to look at the inner layers. Immediately after, Fan Xian warned a few poor students who tried to smuggle notes into the examination hall. Gradually, the officials around him understood what was going on. Although they were surprised by Sir Fan's eyesight and judgment, they were also faintly anxious. They were afraid that they would not make it in time. Fan Xian, however, seemed to be acting as an official for the first time. He smiled as he examined each of the students who entered the examination hall. He did not miss a single one. He removed many pairs of shoes, many hats, and many brushes with paper balls hidden behind them. He piled them up in front of the entrance to the examination hall. Only now did the students in the queue realize that this year's examiner was actually a powerful figure brimming with killing intent. He was not at all like the immortal poet man they had imagined, and would not care much about their cheating. Thus, they hurriedly retreated and threw the things they had on them into the gutter at the back of the examination hall. The leader of the Overwatch Council today was someone Fan Xian was familiar with. It was Mu Tai, who was temporarily in charge of the first bureau. Hearing the reports from his subordinates, he hurried over. Seeing Fan Xian kneeling down without a word, he said with some embarrassment, "Sir, it's getting late. You have to hurry." The officials from the Ministry of Rights and the Overwatch Council saw how respectful he was to Fan Xian, and they could not help but jump in fright. They did not expect the Overwatch Council to be so courteous to a civil official. Only then did they think of Fan Xian's background, a prime minister, a minister, and a princess. Thus, they did not dare to say anything more. They only quietly listened to Fan Xian's reply. Fan Xian took out his pocket watch and looked at it. It was indeed getting late. Only then did he shake his head and stop this interesting game. Standing up, he spoke clearly to the hundreds of students at the entrance to the examination hall. "I am Fan Xian. I believe you have all heard of me before. Everyone saw me earlier. To avoid delaying the examination, I will not strip search you today." The students were overjoyed. Fan Xian smiled slightly and looked around. "Throw the things you carry on your bodies into this bamboo basket, and I won't blame you. If I find you during these 2 days of exams, be careful that I have people strip you naked and throw you in front of the palace walls, so that everyone under heaven knows how refined you all are." The students were terrified. Only now did they realize that the smile of the immortal poet, Fan Xian, contained a bone-chilling murderous aura. Thus, they all obediently filed in. As for whether or not there were more students who wanted to take the risk, that was a matter for the future. Once they were let in, the speed increased. Before long, the entrance to the examination hall was quiet again. All that was left was a floor of smelly shoes and countless scraps of paper. It looked rather miserable. The officials from the Ministry of Rights quickly arranged for people to clean up in preparation for the palace's edict to open the examination. They also had to set up incense tables and fire firecrackers. For a moment, they were very busy. As they busied themselves, they thought that Sir Fan Xian's conduct was indeed very different from that of other Qing officials. If he had ignored the smuggled goods, that would have been fine. How could he have allowed the students to take the examination after being found out? If this had happened to any other examiner, the imperial censorate would have caused quite a ruckus. But everyone knew that if Fan Xian dared to do this, he was not afraid of such things. Fan Xian sat in his armchair and smiled as he watched the busy crowd. He talked to Mu Tai, who was next to him. Mu Tai's position had risen a long time ago. He had always thought that it was because of Fan Xian, so he was particularly friendly to Sir Fan. "You have worked hard, Sir Fan. In a moment, when the edict is issued and the firecrackers are fired, please return to the hall to rest. This matter of inspection will naturally be handled by me." Fan Xian smiled and looked at him. "This is my duty. In a moment, I will have to wander around the examination hall. I have no spare time." "Sir, this is your first time on this mission, so you do not know. Actually, once you enter the examination hall, there is no need to worry too much." Mu Tai thought that this young nobleman did not know the unwritten rules of the examination, and so he spoke with a smile. Fan Xian suddenly turned and asked in a low voice, "Will you be going to Northern Qi, Sir Mu?" Mu Tai was taken aback. He had not been prepared for this, and so he replied without thinking, "The council is still making arrangements, but it should be a matter of the Fourth Bureau." I may not be able to get involved. He suddenly thought of something. Sir Fan Jr. could write poetry, but he didn't like it. Instead, he liked to run small businesses. He thought he had guessed something. He smiled and said, Sir Fan, are you planning to buy some goods from the north? I can help you arrange that. Fan Xian laughed. It's nothing, it's nothing. I was just asking. Next to him, a subordinate brought them tea. Fan Xian made way for Mu Tai. Mu Tai asked curiously, Sir Fan, it seems that you are in a good mood today. The corners of Fan Xian's lips curled up, and an indescribable expression flashed in his eyes. He seemed to be thinking of something, and after a while, he said softly, actually. I have always thought that studying without having to take an exam is the greatest joy in life. After entering the capital, what I was most afraid of was the exams. I didn't expect that in a year and 2 hours I would become a scholar. I can study without having to take the exams, and I can even watch my fellow scholars take the exams with great ease. So this is the greatest joy of life. The imperial edict came, the firecrackers sounded, the incense table was removed, and the doors of the examination hall were closed. The annual examination for the kingdom of Qing had officially begun. Fan Xian heard the heavy wooden doors of the examination hall slowly close behind him, and a sudden realization hit him. In his previous life, he had never taken the college entrance exam. At the time, he had thought that it was the greatest regret of his life. In this life, he was unable to take the exam again. Although it was easy, he still felt a little regretful. Greetings, sir. Fan Xian entered the great hall. The cold spring wind blew in from the doorway. Fan Xian bowed to Guiyu, the minister of the Board of Rites, who was sitting in the middle. The door to the hall is closed, and without your permission, it cannot be opened again. At this time, the students of the various prefectures have already received their examination papers and have begun to answer them. The corner door, which is responsible for bringing in food and water, is guarded by Sir Mu of the Overwatch Council and the officials of the Board of Rites. There should be no problem. Guiyu looked at the young 5th-level official below him. He looked at his handsome face and frowned imperceptibly. Then he smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work, Sir Fan. He then turned to the 2 examiners beside him and said, According to the rules of previous years, after 2 hours, you will go down and patrol the grounds. The 2 examiners of the examination were the Imperial College of Learning, and the other was a scholar of the Tongwen Pavilion. Both were personally appointed by His Majesty. Hearing Guiyu's words, they nodded and said, As you wish, sir. Guiyu then turned to Fan Xian and said, Sir Fan, your duty is to maintain order in the examination hall and assist the 2 examiners. You will patrol the grounds from time to time, and you will also have to keep an eye on the corner door and be ready to receive an edict at any time. The minister of the Board of Rites sighed and cupped his hands in salute to the sky. The examination of the spring examination is to select talents for the nation. We cannot be careless. Everyone, please be more attentive. Following Guiyu's words, the various officials in the examination hall returned to their duties. A solemn and tense atmosphere quietly pervaded every corner of the examination hall. Everyone knew that after several northern expeditions, His Majesty had shifted the focus of governing the nation to the rule of law. Thus, the annual examination was particularly important. A few years ago, there had even been a precedent of an incognito inspection, so no one dared to be careless. Furthermore, this year's spring examination was one of the most important moments in the lives of those students who were burying themselves in their desks, furiously scribbling away. If they could successfully pass, then they would leap into the Dragon's Gate. If not, then they could only return to their hometowns and prepare for the next year's provincial examination. Who knew how many people's youthful years would be wasted by going back and forth? There were also those who were stubborn and arrogant. Once they failed, they would linger in the capital and refuse to return to their hometowns. There were those who were defeated, those who wandered about, and even more who disappeared without a trace. This was the grand ceremony of the nation, the arena of life and death for the scholars. Fan Xian stood on the stone steps and closed his eyes, listening to the rustling sounds coming from all around the examination hall. He thought of the slips of paper the crown prince and others had handed him, and a strange smile rose to the corners of his lips. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.